Word, I'm about to set up here. Yo, what up? This is WhyUSuk.
And this is a bug.
Thanks for joining us tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so what we got on the agenda tonight here? Okay. So he's not gonna play random every game, but he is gonna just pick whatever he wants to play. I was thinking we were gonna have a TVT, but okay. That'll have to make it interesting too, especially if he off races. I feel like it'll make it slightly more competitive than if he was Terran. I feel like Terror actually is one of the stronger foreigners. When I've seen his other show match games, but still, I don't think he's been able to take a series before against Kala or Scan or Snow or some of these other guys that have played with us at times. So.
Well, guys, Scan pulled an all-nighter. He hasn't slept yet, I know, because he just messaged me a little while ago and he sent me a picture of him going to, I don't know, a gas station or something to pick up some energy drinks. So maybe the foreigners got even a bigger shot. I don't know how good his Zerg and Protoss are compared to, like, Terror and Dandy's Terran. Like, I know it's S rank good. But we'll see how he does with those races on almost no sleep, man.
I mean, I know he's got a really solid understanding of pretty much all the matchups, but as far as how well he can think on his feet and do the mechanics, I don't know. So, what are we looking at for some predictions?
Just about to ask you guys that.
Okay. Let's think about the map pool first, I think.
Well, not only that, it really depends on what races he uses and how often. I think he'll fare pretty well. His Zerg is actually really solid.
It's good.
I don't think he's going to beat either one of these guys with this Protoss, though.
It's 2 7-game show matches. I was envisioning him, like, switching races each game. So that would mean he plays one race more than the other. It could be his main. I first wanted a random one, right? Because it was like Flash playing random. If he gets Terran, like, you're fucked. But I think it's too hard for Dandy and Terra to play against a random. So they, at least it was Dandy's idea to just kind of get someone to race pick.
No, actually a great idea.
We are on US West. Channel op TQ, and there's square brackets around TQ. I am using a screen share, so I don't know if you can join because it'll lag. These are going to be live matches.
True, yeah. It would be easier if we have just one observer. So I think that would be the ideal.
Scan just came in the house. I don't know how he does it. When I'm on no sleep, even if it's one day, I just feel horrible.
Yeah, it's doable. You just have to be... if it's something you do a lot of, it's not as bad.
I guess. He said his sleep schedule is all messed up for whatever reason. I mean, gaming can do that.
Yeah, he may not have a sleep schedule. I think he does a lot with the... Since he does a lot with the non-Korean scene, he ends up doing some crazier hours than maybe they normally do.
So what were your predictions, guys? 7 games, each show match. First it's versus Dandy, and then it's versus Terror.
I think Scan will probably take the series versus Dandy probably 5-2. As far I think I'll hold my second prediction until we get there. I want to see how Scan's doing.
And the cool thing about this too is to see which foreigner performs better against Scan, I guess. They're both from Peru, Dandy and Terror. They're both kind of like heralded as some of the best Terrans outside Korea. Huge following, both of them. I think those are, is it called Hot 6 or something?
Hot 6 is the can.
Hot 6 is what? What is Hot 6?
Energy drinks. I sent you guys pictures of what Scan had sent me. They're basically like drinks in a plastic bag.
Gotcha. All right, so are these going to be live or are these pre-recorded? These are
Oh,
live.
these are always live, baby.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Will we be watching through your stream then?
Yeah, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah.
That way you can grab a beer, man, or a joint, or whatever your poison is. Sit back.
Mm-hmm.
All of it? Just joking.
Yell at my observing skills.
Okay.
Okay, we are not live on Twitch. Okay.
I sent you a link. It's on Trovo, so this is a sponsored.
Oh, this is on Trovo. Okay. I'm sorry, I did not see the Trovo. Alright.
Sorry, I didn't even send you a link. There it is.
Oh, did Scan
I knew
send
we
you
were on
that picture?
Trovo, I just didn't realize we were
Yeah, he did.
on there. Alright.
Because I was going back and forth with him, and he's still messaging me, and it was like a couple hours ago. I was like, holy shit, you're still awake? And he's like, yeah, I'm just about to go and grab some energy drinks. I don't know if energy drinks even help. Like, I heard, sometimes they like consume more energy than they give you, but what do I know?
They do, but it gives you a boost for a while.
Like, you got a crash coming on, like, for sure. But now, I do like the little 6-hour energy drinks. Those do me a lot of good, because I just took a vacation, and I had to drive to Myrtle Beach, and I started off at like 1:30 in the morning, and I was sick as a fucking dog, bro. Oh my God, I was so sick. And I'm like, I don't know if we should go, and my wife is like, no, we're going. So I was like, all right, bet, we're stopping, and we're getting a 6-hour energy drink. And it got me through most of it, but we definitely pulled over so I could sleep for an hour. They're like, we're just an hour away, Dad. I said, we're an hour away from death. He's like, no, like, I'm not wrecking. We're sleeping. Oh, it was fun, though. It was worth it.
Totally.
Well, that was the first family vacation we've ever been on, and I've been with my wife roughly 11 years now.
Congrats.
Thank
I
you.
made it to 6 years, and it was GG. But there was a good 6 years.
I mean, we were on and off, dude. It's not been a straight 11 years.
I don't think they're easy for anybody, but I invited Scan, guys. Maybe he'll drop in and say hello. He used to long ass time ago when we did 2v2s.
Yeah. He has a couple of times, but now it's been a minute since I've even been here, so.
Yeah, he's gotten really good since I've been around. I mean, 1 year? 1 year and 3 months we started? And he's been in ASL. He's casting ASL with Nyokin, StarCast. Like, he's, a core member. He has a huge following on Twitch. Artosis raids him. He coaches Artosis.
I'll be right back, guys.
So Scan's like a legend. He really commands a lot of respect, I think.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
Machine. Good time.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Better late than never.
Oh yeah.
No, you're not late. Just in time.
Okay.
Dandy's here as well. Are you gonna give a prediction? I think Scan is going to race pick, from what I understand, against Dandy. And Terror, there'll be 7 live games.
Got it. Okay. Against both?
First against Dandy, and then versus Terror.
Okay. I mean, it's so hard to call with like a race pick, right? I really haven't seen a ton of Scans off race, but I'd assume it's pretty damn good. Man, it's hard to bet against Scan, against any foreigners. So I'm gonna say Scan takes a pretty close series against Dandy, something like 4-2, 4-3, and same for him against Terror.
Okay. I mean, A-Bug or WhyUSuk also said it just depends which race he plays more often. I don't know if it's going to be Terran or not.
Yeah,
And
good
this
call.
is to be clear, this is a 7 life or best of 7?
7 full
games.
games. That's
7
how we
full
do it.
games. Okay. I think I had said 5-2 versus Dandy, so I'm guessing it'll probably be more like 7-3 versus Dandy. Terror, I could see that going like 7-5 scan, maybe even 7-6. I think Terror can actually take quite a few games off him.
Okay. Yeah, I still think it's gonna be around like 5-2, 4-3, or something like that for scan in both series. But I mean, you can't knock Dandy and Terror. We've like watched these guys week after week on these events, and they continue to just like clean house. So, if Dandy does lose the scan, it's going to be the first time he's lost in a bit. I'll say that for sure. But man, scan is just such a powerhouse. It's even his off race, it's going to be so difficult to take a series off of him.
Now, Dandy and Terror are both based out of Peru. Is that right?
Yeah, they're both based out of Peru. Actually, they're like, I'd say the best two Terrans in South America, like just to begin with. But like it's just kind of crazy that they both happen to be from Peru.
Yeah, I mean Peru's got a really strong gaming presence. I don't want to talk down any other scene, but I feel like I see way more pro Peruvians than I do of from most other places in South America. So I don't know what the you see sort of like how South Korea, you typically will see more South Korean pros than say like Japanese or Chinese. Like there are definitely pro players from both, but something about the the environment in some countries just seems to produce more players.
Yeah. It's the environment for sure, but I think like they're just a special couple folks too. Like they're so dedicated.
Sure.
Like they have like such an amazing fan base. Like honestly, whenever Terror and Dandy show up for these show matches, like they bring South America with them in the chat every time. It's kind of crazy.
Oh yeah.
But
I feel kind of bad that we're do we even have a Spanish cast, or do they have another?
Usually we have Pato, but I think he's unfortunately not going to be with us this week. Okay. I understand why he doesn't want to listen to me all night then.
All right. So let's see. I think we'll be. It's Powerade. Okay, it does look like Powerade. Okay, so Scan did confirm his Powerade. Okay.
Oh, his ID. Okay.
No.
Wait. What's Powerade?
Okay.
I'm so lost. Like, I don't know.
Really quickly, I messaged Scan a few hours ago. He was still awake. I was like, holy shit. He goes to a grocery store to get some like energy drinks, and he sends me a picture and this bunch of bottles in a plastic bag, which I shared with WhyUSuk and A-Bug, so they're just wondering what some of the bottles were.
Powerade's not an energy drink. It's like Gatorade, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, we did
Zerg. Okay, so this will be pretty competitive then.
Awesome. I get to cast a Zerg game. I'm happy.
So that makes me really wonder though, based on the map pool, because in a lot of the map pools that were popular in the last 10 years, I feel like it's just slightly Terran favored, just on a base level. Not enough to make a huge difference, but
yeah.
but I know I think it depends heavily on the map pool as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But here we go, game 1. On Revolver, we have Dandy spawning at the top right as the purple Terran. And he'll be going up against our Zerg friend here, the red Zerg at the bottom right. It is Scan. Should be a good one. So, Bug, what do you think of Revolver for this matchup?
Well, not coming from a high level player here, but when I see this map, I see a lot of opportunities for early Zergling. Um, I don't know if I would call it an all in, but I could see opportunities to run Zerglings by if the Terran isn't very careful with their SCV positioning. So I'm kind of expecting Dandy to probably make his barracks on high ground and not try to go for a very fast expand. I don't know about one base, but my guess is he'll probably try to make CC in main and then fly it over. If I had to guess.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Any map that has multiple entrances leading to the natural is always, a little scary. You got to be a little weary of those like early ling pressure possibilities. Because yeah, like you're saying, it's like by far like the quickest way to lose a game. This map in particular, I think of that in Zerg versus Protoss. Even like 9-pool speed is just so difficult for Protoss to really deal with. But obviously we don't have Protoss in this game. But yeah, we'll have to see. I like Scan's scouting Overlord so far. It's pretty typical to scout vertically on this map given these positions. And ooh, we actually see a very greedy opener from Scan here. Game 1, gas before pool. After hatchery first, no drone scout. It seems like he's pretty confident that Dandy is in the top right. And of course, as we all know, he's spot on here with that. So this is kind of a neat little beginning to this game.
So if you're seeing it, I'm sorry, I thought that was complete thought there.
No, you're all good. You're all good.
Okay. So when you see the gas before pool here, is that telling you that he wants to probably get speed and pool around the same time?
It just means a little faster layer to me normally, and he'll have like a slight gas lead. You can, like you're saying, go, maybe a faster Zergling speed. But I think at the higher level, like these guys are playing, it's so difficult when Terran has an SCV in your base to really get like good Zergling pressure in. So I don't think Scan's going to take a risk in, committing to all these Zerglings just to have them get, possibly shut down at the moment. But what he will have is a faster layer, which means faster spire, and he'll accumulate slightly more gas early. So he should have, he should be able to get to that 6, 7, 8 muta count a little faster than he normally would be able to. The weakness, obviously, of this build is bunker rushes and things like that are, very difficult to hold off. But as we know, Dandy did not intend to do that at all here, game 1. So it paid
I'll be
off.
interested to see when this layer finished, but it looks like that layer started around 3 minute 15 or so. So, like you're saying, like this, he should have a pretty early unit timing here.
Yeah, he definitely should. We see, I think that's a bunker maybe going down at the natural for Dandy, so he's not, taking any risks here. I don't even know if he needed the bunker. 6 lings here is a little questionable. I guess it is kind of scary, so maybe the bunker will end up paying off. And yes, we do see pretty quick ling speed here at the 420 mark.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, pretty good call from Scan overall right now. We're also seeing a drone move out the bottom left side of the map to take a quicker third, which, is pretty common given this matchup.
Ooh, nice circling harass there. He found with that bunker positioning, you'll have to keep a few Marines down. So if you're not watching, it's possible to lose an SCV or even a couple of Marines if you're not watching where the Zerglings are. But I haven't I haven't seen really an academy or so he does have academy and eBay, so I would guess he's probably already got +1 started. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks like we see +1 spinning on that eBay. This is a later academy timing, so we're not expecting any kind of a stim rush. Usually when you see a bunker at the Terran's natural like that, it kind of indicates, hey, stim rush is not a possibility anymore. So Yeah,
expecting we'll see probably like 4 racks, 5 racks.
Yeah, it looks like at least 4 racks +1 pressure. Right now, Dandy's, he's just working on getting that SCV count up, building up that barracks count, and then waiting for that +1. But when we see +1 complete for, the Marines damage here is really when we should start to expect Dandy to try to get out on the map. Meanwhile, Scan's doing something pretty unique, which I love, and he's taking the natural at bottom left instead of the main. So although this is more difficult to hold, it leads to a quicker 4th base, and this is something we've actually even seen in the most recent ASL. So Scan, obviously playing with the highest of level players, has a pretty good understanding of this map and the possibilities for Zerg here. So I really like seeing this play from him.
So since he's already secured his 4th natural, do you think he's going to go straight into ultras from lurkers, or do you think he will, go Defiler before ultra? So I feel like a lot of the times when you are going for Defiler, it's simply to create space for your 4th base, and then you can go ultras off that. But do you think he's going to try and go the standard route, or do you think he's going to go for some sort of fast ultras?
It's hard to tell. I think it's always smarter to go for Defiler first. It's just less risky play. Normally when you see Zergs going Ultra first, they're kind of just styling on their opponent, or they feel ultra confident, no pun intended, that they're going to win it. So,
Yep.
yeah, I think they're in a, I think we should see Defiler here, but who knows if it's even going to make it that far. This is a lot of Marines moved across the map here.
It's not going home either.
Yeah, he hasn't even, Dan hasn't even, so he's got, I guess he thinks maybe 4 mutas hold.
Dandy wins, man. There's no way. It's just too many Marines with +1.
No, he can run his drones, save them, and then muta micro them down. But now, if he loses his expansion, I'm not going to let it. I'm not going to say it's going to go any longer.
It's a lot of mutas coming in.
Yeah,
Here we go.
He's going to lose a lot of mutas for this cleanup, so I don't really know if that was worth it entirely. Because I feel like he could have, if Scan had brought his mutas back immediately, he could have held that and then head back. I don't feel like he gained enough value by leaving him in the base, but Scan lives either way, and I think we're pretty close in supply. I think we're still in a pretty even state.
If those Marines go 8 o'clock, then it will be GG. Oh, no. Actually, no, he doesn't have anything at home, does he?
Yeah, Scan didn't catch the move out. Ooh. And this is big damage. Anytime you're clearing drones. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Scan GG at the 8-minute mark of game 1. Not how I predicted this to go, but I mean, holy shit. Hats off to Dandy. Nice game 1.
Just not seeing all the Marine moves out, so I'm not sure if he even saw the original one. And only having one sunken originally, not remaking.
He saw it, but he only had 5 wings. Did he even have speed?
He has speed, yeah. He had speed, but versus what was that? That was a full control group at least of Marines plus medics.
Yeah, it was, I think, like a control group and a half. And I mean, Scan still did, a pretty excellent job defending that, but you got to catch those Marine move outs. They'll end games so quick if, they get inside your mineral line like that. So, Scan better kind of button everything up for this next game.
Yeah, it's a warm-up game, first one in the series. I think, Dandy doing an excellent job there to not capitalize on Scan's big mistake. I was starting to feel a little worried for Dandy there since he hadn't really moved out or seemed to try to put on any pressure, and not letting that 3rd base get up, but playing it slow and steady and getting the win.
Yeah, he's definitely, knows what he's doing here. All right, so game 2 on Polypoid, spawning at the bottom left as the yellow Terran. We have Soul T Dandy. Bug, take it away.
And in the upper left corner, in the red Zerg, we have Scan. Now blue Zerg. Yellow Zerg, red Zerg.
Good old Ox, just throwing us off.
So, Polypoid, haven't seen as much of this map. I know we've seen it some in the ASL, but since it was... wait, I forget now. I think it has rotated out of ladder recently.
I think it's actually still on ladder.
Okay,
Some
I just
people
haven't
like
seen as
veto
much of it.
Yeah. You're seeing a lot more like fighting spirit and stuff like that nowadays, I guess. But no, it's still very much in the meta and in the map pool. Looking at this game so far, the one thing I gotta say, this Overlord scouting path from Scan is like not standard at all. Normally, you always want to scout over, the opponent's natural cliff. But this Overlord scout is going to the top right natural cliff, which is just so odd. If there's a proxy racks or 8 racks, that Overlord will get caught 100% of the time. So little odd, but maybe being a Terran player, he knows something us Zergs don't.
Well, I think when you go for a really unusual Overlord scout pattern like that, you're oftentimes trying to either hide your position or, in this case, versus Terran specifically, not lose it to an 8 rack. If they're actually looking for that Overlord. So maybe taking a bit of a gamble in the hopes that it pays off and lets you get up your 12 hatch.
Well,
Yeah.
That and the fact that path would actually catch a scouting SCV if it started out at the top right or the bottom right. So that way he just sends his Overlord straight to the other expansion, and he could keep it up on the ledge. But here he cannot keep that Overlord over the ledge, so
Also
that's why he did that weird.
Yeah, and also double scout here from Dandy. And Scan here going for the more aggressive 12, 11, 10, as opposed to the 12, 12, 12 or 12, 12, 11. I think he did 12, 12, 11 last game, but 12, 12, 12, 11, 10, he'll get pretty much the earliest 2 hatch unit timing there is.
Yeah, you're spot on. He did, gas before pool once again. Also, once again, we're not seeing a drone scout, so we're already kind of seeing some patterns here out of Scan Zerg. This is very risky. This is very risky against a player who, maybe not in Dandy, that likes to go like 8 racks openers, but man, I'm telling you, when we see the next series against Terror will open 8 racks, and he will punish this.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah,
I would, as a Zerg player, I would probably want to start changing up my build a little bit if I see that, and or if I do go for something that's a little more airtight.
Look at that Marine just circling that SCV like that.
Yeah.
That was so sick, dude.
Yeah, that was nice control here. Oh, Scan.
Oh no,
come on,
Scan.
throw your Overlord away. Yeah.
It should be fine, but it's going to be close. This is definitely a non-Zerg player.
He'll be
this is
Oh
always...
my
I think it's
gosh.
barely gonna live.
He did more damage to it than I thought he would, though.
Yeah, he definitely did. This is scary though. 5 Zerglings already.
Damn, Dandy.
Yeah,
Coming back with the
Dandy.
white, with the yellow Marines.
Oh man.
Yeah, yellow has got to be my favorite Terran color. Some people
Yeah.
like white, but yellow is personally my favorite color for Terran. I just like the way that yellow Marines look.
I respect it.
But I haven't seen any confirmation of speed time. Is that okay? So he does drop Spire. A
Speed's
little bit of a
done.
run by here, but really good SCV positioning.
Yeah, that was a really nice wall. Dandy not being greedy again and putting down that bunker, so I like that. But yeah, he's not really going to be able to get much done with these Zerglings at the moment.
Probably see the same build from Scan, just a little bit more cautious this time, I think.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna go again for that same 3rd hatch on opposite side of map. Let's see if he takes that to natural, and he does take it natural. Okay.
I know that you guys are saying that people in ASL and stuff are doing that, but against Terran, I just don't know, man. Once they're out on the map with Marine Medic, like you can't hold that without lurkers on the ledge.
Yeah, WhyUSuk, I 100% agree with you. I think it's a little
I don't care
bit
how good you are.
There's a difference though. The last map we just saw, the reason why you can kind of get away with it is because there's like a ramp leading up into the base that, you know, if you have enough sunkens, you can kind of hold.
Yeah.
Not here, not on Polypoint, that's for sure.
But this by though, this is a little more pressure than was being put on by Scan last game. But this move out is hitting earlier. But Dandy has to pull back, like only three lings, but those three can actually pick off all the reinforcements as they come out of the barracks. So
yeah,
really heads up play here by Scan. Scan adding in a lot more lings as well. So it looks like he's delaying his mutas slightly, but he's gonna live to fight another day. Whoa, wow, okay. Yeah, Scan just making all Zerglings here, is he?
He was really afraid of the stem timing. I think he made those lings as a reaction. He was really worried about his natural.
But it's all right. You know, he actually slowed down Dandy's production. Like nothing was coming out of those barracks. So when Dandy actually moves out, he's gonna have to be really careful because there's a full group of lings, and then with mutas, he can actually just straight up lose his army in the middle of the map. So if Scan doesn't take a bad engage, throw all his lings into clump them all into a fire bat, like he can actually still kill Dandy's army. So no, wait, is he gonna donate these?
He might donate those fire bats, yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh, he saved them though. Wow,
yep.
Good reaction.
So I think we pretty much stabilized here. I think there's still two barracks for Dandy. I haven't seen any others go down. What do you think is Dandy's cue to, or what's his next step? Do you think he's waiting for Science Vessel? Is he going to add an additional racks?
Yeah, if this is true, 2 racks opener, we should be seeing a factory in the main, followed by, like you said, like a starport, getting into that Science Vessel tech ASAP. But actually, we see a 3rd barracks going down, but still, 3 racks into starports also very, very common, so we could expect to see that. Ooh, some good muta control here. Already picking off quite a few SCVs. We do see that factory finished.
Wait, are there no turrets here? Oh, no.
Yeah,
okay, there's one turret, but he's got 4 turrets on the top side. I have noticed Dandy really heavily likes to clump turrets on one side of the mineral line, but then he'll have an open spot.
That's just a trap.
It's pretty common there, because usually your Marines are going to be sitting at your natural, so you almost don't need to build turrets at that position, but obviously like 1 turret there would have helped out quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
But Scan just adding in lots of drones here behind this pressure here, not feeling the need to add much else. So I'm guessing we're probably going to see a macro hatch or him take his 4th here pretty soon.
Did he turn up his bunker or his barracks? Excuse me.
He did. He turned up his barracks.
Yeah, I missed that part. I didn't see it.
But we see Scan on supply with Dandy, which is never good for the Terran player at the moment. He's also got 11 muta, and like you were saying, quite a few drones already at that 3rd. So I think it's pretty safe to say Scan has an early lead in this game.
Well, ZVT always a chaotic matchup. You know, things die in an instant. So we'll have to see how this goes out. But
I love it, but I'm not good at it.
Yeah, but as a Zerg player in this position, I would be feeling pretty good as Scan, knowing I've pretty much got free reign to get my Hive tech up, and the Marine clump is very small.
Yeah, I would definitely be feeling pretty good here. The one question mark is, I mean, he did take the 3rd at that natural, right? It's a little more difficult to defend against big bio timings than, let's say, if he had a bunch of lurkers up the ramp. But still, I think Scan's in a pretty dominant position here. But Dandy's he's building up that Bioforce too. We see 2 starports completed. We should be expecting to see those vessels be popping out here shortly with Irradiate. So, the game, there's still potential here for Dandy. Wow.
These are +1 mutas, yeah. Okay.
Ooh, he just
love it.
Through those turrets.
Wow. +1 mutas, a scary thing.
Yeah, they definitely are.
I think. Whoa, are we gonna? Okay. Oh, he's gonna go the Hydra Guardian bust. I don't think. I mean, unless he's
I don't know, those
scanned,
are
I don't think
slow.
he's gonna know what's going on. But I kind of want to see some Overlord speed and him to push the front with the Guardians. I personally am not a fan of the whole Guardian over
Yeah, they are.
Natural strategy because of the potential for Zerg to just, I mean, Terran to simply walk around you and harass you. And so if you have Hydra support on the ground, you're able to, if you are going for that build, it makes more sense to me to have them on the ground over the Hydras. That could
It's
cover them.
definitely a strong timing. I very much know the Hydra Guardian build you're talking about. It's really really good. But I think Scan's going for something different here. We definitely wouldn't be seeing this many lurkers or the Defiler mounds. So I think
Yeah,
Scan's
this is
just
true.
trying to push just do some type of a Guardian lurker push, and then hopefully take a fourth behind it. But yeah, I agree that Hydra Guardian timing is just so tough for Terran to deal with.
So he does add in one Defiler here, but running double Starport, I don't know. Is that going to be enough to protect these Guardians from the eventual race? I'm guessing.
I think so. This is just a scary amount of lurker Guardian for Dandy. I don't know what Dandy's going to be able to do against this. Oh,
Okay,
we
he
do
did
even
get- he
see
got-
Hydra speed. You're right.
Yeah,
Wow,
okay.
wow, wow. Here we go. Dandy running in, trying to pick off a couple
Ooh.
lurkers, but it is all moot because there is nothing he's going to be able to do to these Guardians. What, maybe Eraser? Nope, he irradiates a couple individuals.
Razor would have been great.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, the Hydra.
What you do is you cloak
Yeah, the
you
Hydra.
irradiate your wraiths and cloak them, and
Boy, he's going hardcore with it, ain't he?
so,
I'd attack whatever unit was close to my Devourer, and it would automatically splash and give vision. Ooh.
Wow.
Countered your counter.
yeah,
This
I
is
mean,
so scary here.
Zerg have all the answers for cloaked units.
They had all the answers for every unit.
That's
Wow.
why I
Okay.
put
So yeah, I mean, yeah. At this point,
Wow,
if you don't, if you
1-1.
don't, yeah, if the Guardians get to your natural and you don't already have a Wraith
Right.
building, it's pretty much a done deal in most cases.
Yeah, and he had a couple Devourers, and Devourers are so strong, dude. There was nothing that's gonna happen there, I don't think.
Yeah, really strong
Yeah.
kill timing there. Like I was expecting him just to go the normal like into Ultra build. It's safer, but it also gives Terran more opportunities. And Scan just say, nope, you're dying right now.
And you know what was beautiful about Scan's play is not the fact that he had the timing that he did, but the fact that he had the Defiler timing behind it when he did. Like before he
Yeah.
even died, he had Defilers marching down to his base, which probably meant he already had a Cloud.
Yeah,
So
I would.
even if he had lost, even if he had lost that whole force, man, he's coming in behind with Ling Defiler. Like Terran's not stopping that.
No, especially when you've already used all your irradiates to try and kill some
Yeah,
Guardians.
right.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been a great follow-up for sure. But man, I feel like I never have the gas to go Defiler after Guardian like Lurker like that. So, I mean, obviously getting that quick gas seems to be really paying off here.
And to what you were saying with the build choice of Scan, I felt like the timing to punish that building was pretty early. Whenever Zerg is trying to just make drones, if you're forcing Sunkens or something, that's the ideal. But Scan got up several rounds of drones. It looked like at least a round of drones. And once you have like 3 on gas and 4 or 5 on minerals at that third base at the natural, I mean, you can start sparing drones just to sunken up, and that build choice is suddenly not so bad. And he didn't even need to sunken, but if Dandy had managed to break out into the map, I feel like Scam would have been fine at that point.
I mean, he kind of secured that by having lurkers at that point. So yeah, and then all it would have taken was like maybe a Nidus between the third and the natural. But yeah, really well played by Scan.
The Scan making so yeah, I actually let's go ahead and introduce the players here, and I want to say something about this particular matchup on this map. So
Sure, go for it.
all right, here upper left in the red Protoss, we have Scan.
And at the bottom left, spawning as the blue Terran, we have Soul T Dandy.
So before we, so what I was gonna say about this is, I feel like this is actually a really smart pick going for Protoss as Scan, because we've seen in the last couple of maps he's opted to take the natural expansion as Zerg, and but Eclipse, correct me if I'm wrong, was Dandy's choice. And
I believe it was. Or no, it was Scan's choice, actually.
It was Scan's choice.
Really?
Right? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Oh, okay. So there was just an order of maps. Okay.
Wait, stop
But-
ruining our fun, Ox.
But regardless of the choice, this map still makes sense because as Zerg, your biggest problem on this map is where do I take my third? It's already hard to hold the 12 o'clock, what's sort of more like, it's not really 1 o'clock, but it's like 12:15 expansion. Really hard to
He
hold.
didn't even
that
go for
base.
12:30. He said 12:15, 12:16, something like that.
Yeah,
It's
that.
You're so right. It's so difficult for Zerg to hold that base, as well as, unlike most other maps, there's not a third base you can take on this map that leads to a direct fourth.
Yeah, that's
you
what I was gonna
see
say.
From the main on another map. So yeah, you're spot on.
Yeah, it's not even the fact of taking and holding, and that's the problem. It's you get it and then you're stuck on 3 gas. You're like forced into Crazy Zerg on this map, and I feel like that's actually part of the reason Crazy Zerg was so popular there for a while. Was this was like the go-to map, and how are you supposed to play 3 gas as Zerg? Like Defiler
It's tough.
works, but man, like if you push out of your base on Defiler, what are you supposed to take? Like you have to put down 5 Dark Swarm just to get to that, 11 o'clock or 11:30 expansion.
I think that's the safe call, but obviously it's so much easier said than done. I want to point out this is a bizarre opener from Scan here. Scan, obviously knowing that it's a good map. What the?
Oh, this is his Troll Artosis build. So you go for the Gas Steel Forge and Nexus. Actually, I think he Nexus before Forge.
He did. He went
So
like a 12.
yeah, that's like the go-to on this map. I feel like for a lot of Protoss is just steal the gas, throw down a Nexus, and then a Forge. And what are you gonna do about it?
Forge. This is not a standard map or build at all for this map. You never see Forge in this matchup. I'm sure he thinks he's gonna troll Dandy, but I don't know, man. I almost want to say from the get-go that I like Dandy's positioning after seeing that Forge. Forge
I
is
don't
such
know,
a
man.
good
I
committal.
really feel like Scan's gonna do something with this, and he's gonna show us something we haven't seen.
Okay, you could be right. You could be right.
I mean, why
can't
the hell
wait.
else would an S-rank Terran on the Korean server go Forge? There's gotta be a reason, right?
Well, he's not gonna have Dragoon. If I had to guess, he is not gonna take Dragoon range
He's not gonna have
first.
shit, dude.
No,
No,
he's
that's
not
why-
gonna
that's
have
his
the
camp.
good range. He's not gonna have obs. Like this
gonna-
core is gonna be so late.
I think he's gonna rush Reaver drop is what he's gonna do, and then transition into behind that, get a third base, and then he'll carrier. If I had to guess, that's what we're gonna see him.
Not with that build, he's not. He ain't gonna make it. I don't know. Okay, so the fact that he took his gas was good, of course, but
Yeah.
Well, if you look at Terran here, Terran does have his gas, but what's he gonna punish this with? Like he hasn't even. I think he started the factory.
I think he's punishing with that quick econ. Yeah,
Yeah.
he'll have a factory much faster.
Yeah, like
know,
by the time there is a tank out, I mean, he's gonna have the ability. Scan will not just die unless he messes something big up. But I think he's gonna have Reavers by the time any push comes across the map.
Yeah,
So-
I think you're right. It's more about like really what he's allowing Dandy to get away with here. Dandy's still got that SCV in the main. He sees the super late core. He obviously knows Protoss went for like such a big natural, but we don't have to see a bunker here from Dandy. We see like very quick factories, and really just when Terran builds up SCV count, right? Like it's you're like happy against a Protoss when you're on even base count, really. And this is a tough map in general, for Terran to secure a third, so that the longer Protoss is stuck on this 2 base here, the better.
Yeah,
Oh,
there
we
we
do
go.
see
We see the
fast
third
third
base
now.
started. So yeah, I really think we're gonna see this a Reaver drop into fast carriers here. Is my guess. It
Yes,
may not be
I'll agree
carrier,
with that.
but
You know what? I really think it's gonna be carrier. Or it should be carrier.
I like it. I like the call. Huh. This is definitely something new for me, so this is cool to see.
Hey, so
didn't we see in the like round of 24, round of 16 ASL, someone did this Forge Nexus on this map? I thought for sure we saw
Man.
somebody go for it.
You're probably right. I just must have forgot it, huh?
I don't remember who it was. They were against. I think they were against Light. They actually got like way ahead and then just lost because Light's Light. but
Okay.
but
sounds very
yeah.
logical.
Yeah, sounds like a typical light game.
Yeah. So we see 3 goons, I believe. Off to. I don't know what
Yeah,
he's
just off
looking
the
for. I
2
think he's just looking
gateways.
for any like weird like proxy starports or something. I think maybe
Vulture
or just afraid of.
move out. Like sometimes you're afraid, like if Dandy went for a quick hidden vulture here and tried to mine one of the bases in. So I think that's what he's spreading for, is really just looking for like individual vultures running across the map. But really good vision, I gotta say, from Scan because of the spreading. This is very, very nice.
And this is scary though. Like he's got a third up and running. Dandy's probably still here thinking there's only 2 base Protoss and adding a 3rd and 4th factory, but like I don't know. This is a pretty dangerous time. There's 4 gates, 3rd and 4th gates on the way, and
Yeah, this is really scary, honestly. Scan's econ's already up on 3 bases. Look at that probe count. It's massive. I think Dandy loves to hit big 2-base timing, so this could still get a little scary here for Scan, but he's looking like he's in a good spot.
What is he? Is he making 5 fact or is that an expo behind that?
That's
eBay.
only 4 fact, yeah.
Okay. Why is it at 5 fact? It's supposed to be 5 fact, is it
delayed delayed gas too. Yeah.
It could be 5, 6 fact, yeah, for sure. So it should be more than this if he's really looking to heavy commit.
Yeah, so I think we're just gonna see some vulture harass into taking a 3rd. Because I mean he doesn't know about 4 o'clock or anything like that.
It's prepping for a 4th base already. I know he's had that in the gateway count and start rallying out some goons to try to hold this pressure, but behind this, I think we're going to see whatever his tech choice is manifest itself. So it could be carriers or it could be arbiter or something else, I would imagine, but I don't think he's going to sit on gateway tech here.
So he's building a support bay right now, so which makes me think he wants to go Reaver just to defend this timing. But it looks a little late. So I don't know.
I would have expected that before now. But I mean, this is a lot of goons. Like he should be able to pick out some tanks here.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, this wasn't even close.
Yeah. Good call by Dandy to recognize he's not going to win this fight and just pull back.
Save his tanks, yeah.
Yeah. So as Dandy, what do you do in this position? Like you realize that that's a lot of goons. Do you just try to go for a 3rd, or do you just sit on your factory count, try to get to 200 and go for a push?
I think you gotta go for a 3rd, right? Like the push has already been beat. I don't think adding 1 or 2 more factories is gonna really do much to it at this point, because I mean that was stopped very easily. So I think he's got to sit back. He's got to go for his 3rd. He's got to get his upgrades and max out really before he can look to move out again. But yeah, we'll have to see what he chooses to do.
Big. I don't know. So we saw the support bay on the way. Do you think this is just a defensive Reaver, or I know they'll also force some turrets out from Terran, but okay, it's the double Forge. He's going for heavy upgrades here.
Well, usually the Terran puts heavy turrets on the corners of his base anyways.
Why is Scan going 3 Forge? Is he kind of trying to upgrade all 3 at the same time?
Oh yeah, man, Protoss is amazing. People underestimate the shields, bro. I mean, those recharge after every fight. You got brand new shields again.
We also don't have a Templar Archives on the way, so those forges will be able to spin only once. Big flank!
Oh. Oh, big
Whoa.
rig. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Ah, it's gonna fight out. Oh no, it went off.
Hit it, hit it. Ooh. Oh man, this is completely surrounded. There's not
Yeah.
gonna be any vultures getting in here.
Like, Scan doesn't really need to bust this anytime soon. Like, he can just keep
No.
reinforcing and just kill any reinforcements that try to make their way over there. So, like,
yeah, this
Dandy-
army is locked off. This is all gonna die, I think.
Dandy's still looking to kill some of the observers, though. Good play by him. It looks like Scan took observer speed. I think that is the go-to in this matchup.
I feel like a lot of times when I go observer speed, like I just don't end up hitting the mines because my obs run too far ahead of everything.
Yeah, I feel like that's the hardest part of playing Protoss many times, is actually just controlling your observers.
Yeah,
You need to clear mines.
definitely the hardest part.
Like, for... I mean, there are other hard things about the matchup, but I feel like controlling observers is at the top of one of the most difficult things.
the pinnacle micro. Yeah.
So, yeah, Scan's still sitting around 4 bases. Doesn't seem like he has any interest in taking a 5th anytime soon.
For real though, let's sit back and admire how good Scan is playing on an off race. Like, look at this map. Take off Blue's vision real quick.
Yeah.
Watch this. Look, you can see the entire map.
It's the 11-minute mark too.
That is
This is
insane.
nuts. Yeah.
Like, Dandy's not moving, bro. He's not moving anywhere.
Judging by the Zealot count, we should see Zealot speed complete or almost done. And
I think it just finished.
yeah, and with Zealot speed and a good clump of Zealots in, you have what you need to fight the Terran ground army for at least a while until I think it's the +2, definitely +3. You're gonna need Arbiter or Carrier, or some other answer, or just mass econ advantage with High Templar.
Look at his cyber core real quick.
Oh, it is
Yeah,
spinning.
see, you always want to start upgrading earlier because you never want to try to roll out carriers that's 0-1 upgrade against 2-3 tanks and Goliaths and Vultures. Like, you're just not gonna kill it.
Dan, seeing this little move out, I think there's a small dead zone in his vision. Ooh, gets hit. Take some cold damage there, it looks like.
Yeah, this was a nice move out actually from Dandy. Ooh, getting some pretty good mine detonations as well.
Good focus fire by Dandy, getting the Scarab.
Oh, that was a big
Nice
hit on
Scarab.
those tanks. Yeah.
Yeah. Dandy's actually going to hold this position here. Scan's going to need to rally down some more units, and he can't rally everything though because of this the threat of the army and the what are we going to call that? 1130.
Oh yeah, yeah, the army on the side of the map for sure. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I think he will barely be able to clean this up here, but remember, Dandy's got a few more tanks on the way, so he's kind of got to be scared, like wary here. Ooh, actually now Dandy's got to watch out. It's only 4 tanks left.
Yeah, but Dandy pressure on multiple places. Like, he's not letting Scan get a free pass here. Like, Dandy's okay. Yeah, I forgot that there was another army down there. All right, good move by Dandy, but I think he forgot that there was another Protoss army sitting in the middle of the map.
He just had to do something. I feel like. I think he feels like he could feel the game slipping away, so he's just making moves at this point. He's like, dang.
I mean, honestly, if you guys look at it, it's 4 base against 2 base. Like, that's not good. You need at least 3 base to even think about it. Like, I know in the whenever I was actually playing 1v1 like 15 years ago, it was always said that Protoss needed an extra base on Terran, no matter what. And Terran could actually fight with less bases. It's not like that anymore. Terran has to stay on the equal footing with Protoss.
You can on Terran to some extent, depending on maybe your build choice and the state. It depends on the game state, of course. Don't get me wrong. But I think you can definitely play this position. If Dandy had not lost that whole army, I think it was still a playable position for him. But
I mean, we're
at
at
this point,
168 to 99, 184 to 101. Like,
and this is with carrier attack on the way.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the carriers, I would say Dandy's got a chance if he just sits back and macros out another max army, and tries to get his 2 +2 attack. I don't think he has it yet. It doesn't feel like he has it yet.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
No, I guess not.
So
I
he
mean,
went
that's
one
pretty
blend
standard.
before.
If you go that 5-fact, or 4-fact timing, you're delaying your upgrades for that. No, you don't have the money to get a starport and science facility and all that. So, it's kind of expected given the opener here from Dandy.
He does scan the fleet beacon. He sees, I believe, 1 Stargate, so he knows that he's gonna need to start adding in Goliath tech. In his Dandy's still got pretty healthy mining. Like his main will mine out soon, but Scan's also mining out. Got a pretty healthy mineral bank, so he will be able to make lots of interceptors. But he needs to get this base at the top, so he can't really afford to just throw away his army's attack moving into Dandy's army, because if he does that and then loses his expansion at 11:30, he's going to be in a rough spot as Scan. So
I feel like he's at the point in the game where like Protoss has such a mineral bank that they can actually just send a probe to every base on the map. Like he should really just be trying to take all the bases at once and then force pressure out of Dandy.
yeah,
He
I
could be
agree.
taking more than just the 11:30 base right now.
That's the Zerg way too. You just take the whole map and whatever sticks, and
Yep.
you just keep making units.
Yep. It's the best way to do it. Man, that control group of Dragoons got a race though, I'll say. That was very nice from Dandy.
Yeah, good mine line here from Dandy too. Gonna really soften the Zerg lots up.
Man, they are getting shredded, but here we go. Scan's still just kind of single filing in. A little surprised by that. Oh, there was a DT on this tank line the entire time though.
Can't Dandy hear it? Ooh, I don't think he hears it. Even some of his tanks are sieged.
Man, he might have cleaned this up too. Well, I mean, he still won the fight somehow. But man, he better pick up that DT here pretty soon. There we go. I mean,
Wow.
bottom right could die here. Oh,
Wow, but quad Stargate here. Scan just golden
Yeah.
here.
the carriers will probably clean this up now that I'm looking at this. Yeah. Shoot.
Dandy knows. Okay, yeah, Dandy should have been. I was gonna say he should have been adding in some Goliaths about now, because I feel like as Dandy, you do not donate. Like we watched a series last week with who was it? The Terran player lost like 15 tanks or so trying to kill a base when the Protoss was just barely holding on, and then lost the game.
Oh shoot.
The Terran lost the game after they'd lost like. They almost killed the Protoss. They killed, and then they just lost so many tanks. So yeah, good move by Dandy.
Yeah, that
Just
happens.
again, this series, Dandy's showing a lot of restraint, pulling back a lot of times whenever he's unable to hold a position. He gets the Nexus though. That's still a huge deal. But Scan also has 3 other bases he's taken on the upper left side of the map. So
Yeah, he's making the right calls for sure. We finally do see Scan's mineral bank going down though. And he's also not maxed. Not to say he's not ahead. He's got that 40 supply lead up on Dandy at the moment, but he's also got the map. So that's kind of the difference. I feel like at the end of the day here. But still, like what a hell of a fight from Dandy so far.
if you scan and you see, I'm not sure if Dandy's actually scanned this, but if you see 4 Stargate from Protoss, what's your move?
I mean, just Goliath count.
Alt
That's
QQ.
really the best way to do it. Yeah, Alt QQ. No, you just got to build that Goliath count up. Play pretty passive. There's different ideologies as far as like, do you target individual carriers versus is it okay to just spam down interceptors? But really, like that Goliath count just isn't healthy enough to deal with the amount of carriers we're seeing at the moment.
No. I mean, there's almost as many carriers as Goliaths on the map at the moment. So
Hey, let me ask you guys a question you might have an answer to. So, I've been without a PC for about 2-3 months, so I've been away. But what's the new way to micro carriers that people say? Like,
Man, I'm not a Protoss player, but I should know this one. I watched a video on it. Like Bonnet's really good at it. There's basically
I
it's
saw
a
that. I
way
was
that
what
like
the fuck, bro?
you hold the interceptors outside of the carrier somehow by spamming stop or something, and then they all launch like at once. And I don't know how to do it though.
No, I
Unfortunately.
wonder if
I should
it's like
learn
a
that.
Shift S.
That
Type,
sounds
like,
right.
attack move Shift S. So, or like so every time you gotta select the unit. I bet. So select the unit to attack, and then hits Shift S, and then Shift A another unit, and just keep going back and forth, because that way they won't actually return to the carriers.
Well, by default, yeah, by
that might
default,
be it.
I'm gonna try that
Yeah.
out after this.
by default, carriers launch interceptors one at a time until they've been launched, and then they will launch all interceptors that have previously been launched. But the new way to micro the carrier, I think, has to do with being able to keep the carrier from be able to keep like moving the carriers while keeping the interceptors out. I think was what the micro technique had.
Let's see if
Because the whole thing about launching them all at the same time has been around for a long time. That's why you'll see Protoss attack their own buildings sometimes.
Yeah. That's just to get them all out. But there's a way to
Yeah.
like keep them out, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, and that's I think what the whole new technique had to do.
Oh, okay.
But anyways, like Dan just deciding to go for tech here, but he needs to be careful. He might lose a carrier. He does lose one. Okay.
I think that's a good trade for an upgrade, really, this
Yeah.
late in the game. So he
But he
did pick
loses
off one of those.
But Dandy manages to take the base at 9:30, whatever we want to call it, 10 o'clock, and denies Scan 2 bases. Scan does get the one at the bottom right up, so he's still in a good position, but I feel like he's actually not in the dominating position he was a couple minutes ago. So but
I
he is-
agree. I feel like Dandy's coming back a little bit here. Losing that upgrade hurt, but man, he's staying in it. He's got to obviously secure top left, and then, I mean, he's still going to need to take out bottom right as well. Here we go. Huge engagement. Carriers focusing down siege tanks here, it looks like. Either way.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thanks.
yeah,
Back
it's a really strong army. A little bit of an anti-timing, if I want to borrow a term, by Scan. His Templar were not with the army there in that engage, so ooh, the carriers.
Nice
He's gonna
focus.
lose. Oh, wait, he changed his focus. Oh, he's gonna get 2 carriers here. Wow.
Oh my god. Is he going to get 3?
3 carriers.
Damn.
Very nice. And an
Should've-
observer.
You should have just stood attack then, man. Like focused one down at a time. That was a bad loss.
Yeah, that one hurt.
Yeah, I feel like it almost would have been better if Scan just attacked the Goliaths and just fought them straight up there.
More Goliaths moving in here. We see him focusing down a lot of these interceptors. Yeah, good defense here from Dandy
Yeah,
so
this
far.
is a lot of, and Scan's still committing to the carriers. I don't think he's wrong, but I think he needs to be careful with these engages now, and needs to have High Templar with his army whenever he's in a situation with them. Now, if Scan wants to just keep trolling this game, I would also suggest he goes Corsairs. So.
Hey, dude, I ain't gonna lie, I used D-Web. I used
Oh
it.
man,
It's
that's
so
like playing
good.
StarCraft on hard mode. D-Web against Terran is like insane to pull off.
Yeah,
They're
I remember
so
watching
difficult.
some old games of Bisu versus, I think it was Jadon, him going Corsair, just like all like completely air Protoss with just carriers and Corsairs, maybe maybe some Archons, but like you're just like blanketing an area in D-Web. Going carriers
Yeah.
against Zerg is a little bit of a flex in the first place.
I
but-
actually have always thought carriers are pretty good against Zerg, honestly, but no one seems to use them. I mean, Carrier, Reaver, High Templar, Arbiter.
Carrier
oh, man.
Corsair, bro. You're not
Yeah,
doing
Corsair.
shit.
You're right. You're right.
D-Web.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think it has less to
Yeah.
do with whether they're
Corsair
good
too.
versus Zerg, and more so the economy it takes to get the carriers and the support units they need. You can't just
Yeah.
make pure carrier against Zerg
Man,
and get away
just
with it.
slapped the shit out of Dandy.
Yeah.
That was a great battle. It really was. Good storms.
He's got to get this top left base though. This 10-15 base.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit of a misplay. Like, he's kind of kept Scan's army big enough, or busy enough, that I don't think he really could have put a ton of pressure on top left, but now obviously he can.
Well, what I'm saying is the available top left base, that's going to decide this game. Because Scan has mined a lot more minerals and gas than Dandy has.
Yeah, I think
He's already
even if...
starting to run out of money in his third.
Yeah. I think even if Dandy took top left, he'd need to somehow mine one of the other bases, though. That's kind of how it works on this map. Like, you can't
here
just
we go.
be
Here
one
comes the
base.
pincer attack. Baited those Goliaths out.
Ooh, nice try, but good positioning, good pullback from Scan.
The really frustrating part of the game for Terran when you just the carriers just keep coming in, picking stuff off, and then just float away, and you just never seem to have quite enough Goliaths engaging to take any of them out. So
yeah, it's like a slow burn. Just
yeah,
I can't slowly keep draining your units, draining your upgrades, and it's so hard to trade efficiently against a group of carriers.
It's like playing against Mutas if Mutas had like a Hive Tech attack range upgrade or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So what's kind of the path forward here? Like, I feel like Dandy doesn't really have the econ to be able to do anything but keep doing what he's doing. I don't feel like, if he was able to take upper left, I'd say battle cruisers are an option, but if he can ever get top left,
Yeah,
he
that's really gotta be it. Like, he's just gotta secure top left somehow. But I mean, being 40 supply down from your opponent, it's hard to do that without taking a risk, and he definitely can't move away from his like 9 o'clock-ish base right now because that's his only source of mining. So
and every time he takes a base up, he gets further and further away with his main, so moves like this, where the carriers can go put on top of Terran's production, become really strong. And this is Eclipse, like, where's he gonna make these factories else? Where else is he gonna make them? He doesn't have Nidus canals, he can't bring all these Goliaths back.
yeah, he's
so like, what do you do here? Do you just trade and take the base and...
He's just screwed. I think he's just screwed. I think he's gonna kill off this armory and then kill off a bunch of factories. And once this armory goes down, remember, no Goliaths are gonna be produced right now. So he's just hurt. I mean, he's out of money pretty much anyway. These Goliaths are just getting single targeted down.
The Scan literally playing big game hunter carrier here, just attack moving them.
That's what it feels like.
Fastest map.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do here? Dandy can't even get on top of these carriers. I mean, we've got about as many Goliaths as we have carriers at the moment.
I think he might actually have more carriers than Goliaths now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh my gosh, dude, this is like... You feel for the guy.
Yeah.
So I want to know, we've got to ask Scan, did he get every upgrade Protoss has this game?
He might have, and he might have started them pretty early there too. Well, GG is
Triple.
called.
Yeah.
Well
I felt like
played.
Dandy played that map very well, but he took like maybe 2 to 3 engages. I felt like Dandy actually took more good moves than Scan did that game, but Scan had a very forgiving tech path, and with the way that map plays, it's just really hard to play Terran on that map, I think, against carrier.
It's like a known difficult map for TVP for sure. Like that third, compared to just about every other map, you have to take so much slower, which is why a lot of Terrans like to veto it in tournament play. But on top of that, I mean, Scan got away with murder that game. I don't know what that Nexus Forge opener thing is, but I mean, he had a lot of probes and the fastest third ever from the start. So all that said, like, I felt like Dandy, still, despite the poor opening, you know, had made that quite a compelling game. So, you know, he could definitely take it from here. Either way, I think Scan's Protoss looks pretty scary so far.
Bullfighting.
Nice.
So Ascension will be our wait, is this game 4 or game? Okay, so Scan is up 2 games, I believe, now.
Yep. Yeah, he's up
Wow.
2-1.
Okay, 2-1. Okay, so this is game 4. Wow. I feel like we're actually further in the series because we've had that last game was 2 games.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a long one for sure. Alrighty,
So
getting into game 4 here, we have Dandy spawning as the Olive Terran at the bottom left of Ascension. And at the bottom right, we have Scan, Red Protoss once again. Bless you. Alrighty. Ascension, kind of a tough map. You know, once again, I feel like for Terran, anytime there's like a part on the map that is high ground leading down into a base, like the thirds on Largo, and you know, like obviously the third base and natural even on Ascension, it really promotes aggressive Protoss openers and even mid-game timings. So, you know, this is definitely going to be a little bit tougher of a map in general, I think, once again, for Dandy to play TVP.
if you look at yeah, on Ascension 2, you have this weird situation where the natural opening is actually quite. Oh, I am sorry. I'm confusing this with Shakura's Temple, but it still does have a fairly large opening in the natural as well. So
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely does. You know, the
But-
one kind of saving grace is that smaller entrance leading to the natural-ish area to the center is like there's kind of a tight choke, so Terran can kind of defend that at times a little bit, which makes the later pushes a little difficult. But yes, the natural here on Ascension is you know, quite wide and difficult to defend sometimes.
Ascension has a lot of. It's mid game, late game can get a little weird based on position, but the question is getting there. Nobody actually can just. I feel like there's a way to. Aggro openings have a lot of potential on this map, so I'd be interested to see if one of them goes for something. I mean, he is opening Scan, opening up Gateway. I think Gateway before Nexus. I was talking about the map so much I didn't, or listening to you guys, I didn't see the actual build. But
Yeah, it was
we do
Gate
see it
Nexus.
on its
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
So
Yeah, first Zealot on the way out. That was kind of a quicker gate, so this Zealot's going to be, you know, at least a little annoying for Dandy to defend. Dandy, though, is very excellent at defending early Zealots in this matchup. So I think he'll be fine. Really, I think the Zealot's just going to provide some scouting and let Scan know exactly what Dandy's up to. So we'll have to see here. But yeah, once again, kind of a quicker Nexus. I feel like Scan seems to have a tendency to play, you know, a little economically risky early.
my kind of player.
Yeah, for sure, he definitely is. Mine too, but you know, we're not seeing Dandy really go for like a hidden 2-fact or anything to try to punish it either. So I'm curious.
Scan like really splitting the damage on those Marines.
Yeah, yeah, he definitely did.
Yeah, but he was kind of pointless
Wait,
the first
what?
couple times.
Is he bunker rushing here?
Yeah,
He's
the
probably
Zealot's
thinking
like a bunker
Scan is
push.
like, okay, you just lost a Zealot. You are making this. You're probably spending all your minerals on tech. So, yeah, okay, yeah. Scan has no idea this is coming out. I mean, I think he senses something, but yep. So he sees this, but he knows he's gonna need an SCV pull probably. I mean, yeah, probe pull.
Probe pull. Yep.
Yeah,
He'll be fine.
yeah.
Yeah, he does pull the probes on time. Dandy actually backing out with those SCVs to go up towards the third. I don't know. I feel like this is such a big committal. We're definitely not going to see Dandy turn around here. But yeah, he moves up to the top side. Meanwhile, Scan putting down a couple shield batteries. And yeah, he's just
doing it
delaying
just to
this.
block the surface area so that Dandy can't make a bunker here.
That's so nice.
Just keeping up the neck.
Yeah, I really wanted to see Dandy just pull the trigger there. I mean, the delay meant a second goon gets out. You get all this Sim City up now. I mean, Protoss didn't want this stuff here, but
Yeah.
I don't feel like this is like game-ending damage that Dandy is taking, but he's not. I feel like he did less damage than he could have if he had just simply traded his initial units. But I don't know. I think the game will still normalize somewhat. I don't expect to see that Dandy's going to be way behind after that move. If you look at the supplies, they're actually pretty even. Protoss actually made a lot there to hold, but also we have a much faster Nexus. Like that Nexus has been up and running for like 3 minutes now, and the CC just starting for Dandy. Dandy does have a very healthy SCV count, so when when the natural Nexus is up, he'll have pretty much full saturation out the gate, but still, Scan is definitely ahead economically.
Yeah, I think you're totally spot on. Like this natural Nexus is really the big difference at the moment, and even though they're pretty close in supply, the majority of Scan's supply is actually making him money, you know, whereas Dandy's kind of stuck on the one base. So I'd expect Scan to get a little further ahead here in the next few minutes, especially with this third on the way.
But he does have mines, so he should be safe against any, you know, like he's trying to check off like what, you know, kind of follow-ups Scan can make, and I think mines is definitely the right choice here. I don't think he has engineering bay yet, so he's just. Oh wait, that's a starport.
Oh, is it?
Up a little bit.
Oh yeah. He's going for drop play here. This is gonna be a vulture. It's pretty common to go vulture drop after mines. What he's really doing is actually just getting that science facility in time to get a very quick 2-1 timing. But it's that, you know, you get some utility with the starport just by making a single drop ship and doing some drop play. However, Scan looks like he's going to scout it. Sees the 4 vultures. The observer is right along the dropship scout pathway. So, we'll have to see if this gets caught.
The all-seeing eye of the observer. Just a big floating eyeball. Oh, he's gonna see this. Like, you see four vultures just hanging out at the drop point.
Yeah, he caught this very quickly.
So we're gonna get a couple kills though. I think, how many kills do you think you need here to make this work? A little bit of lost mine time. That was 3 kills.
Yeah,
like, it'll slow him down.
All right. Maybe the trade went a little better for Scan, but it wasn't the worst.
Yeah, but the fact that he made dropship instead of some other tech building, or
yeah, it's really the dropship. Yeah,
that slowed him down. The fact that he didn't get more from it is what hurt him.
Yeah, I think you're right. Lots of the vultures themselves are really the issue. Like, the vultures traded cost effectively there, I think, especially with the purple. But it's that opportunity cost of the starport and the dropship.
Yeah, his dropship has to have some kind of value more than what it has so far for it to be worth it.
But it does keep the thing to take into account here though is, despite the trading of econ, and this is what makes, you know, a lot of StarCraft a really cool game. Even though economically it doesn't seem to have made sense, trade. Look what Dandy's done. He's gotten the 3rd Nexus started. Dan has not left his base because of the drops. So even though Dandy taking an economically poor trade there, I feel like he's actually caught up economically. Like, sure, his 3rd's a little behind, but he's not actually in a terrible spot. Now the question is, can he hold this third and get the factory count up in time to leverage the econ advantage?
Yeah, it's
Question
kind
is
of a good point. Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, it's gonna be tough. It's definitely a close game at the moment, so it's gonna be hard to tell how
Oh,
that's
that's
gonna play out.
scan timing.
Wow. Right when that went down too. Geez, so he's obviously gonna know this is eventually gonna get to carrier play. But that command center, third command center, is so fast. I really like this for Dandy. This was a very good call by him.
Yeah, like I think he just kind of read the game state really well there, realizing scan is not going to move over and attack him, so just ensure it, make a drop, and see as soon as those dragoons move out, drop some more vultures. And scan does not have photon cannons. This is going to do. These guys haven't dropped mines yet, but that's like what, 6 kills I think.
Yeah. So that dropship still getting value. Man, that one felt like it was definitely worth it. Only 2 vultures too.
Yeah, like look at the probe saturation. He's got a lot of probes still. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, Dandy's got a really healthy SCV count off of just 2 CC. Well, now 3rd. So, I mean, he's gonna be able to add. I think what is he gonna get now? 7 factories behind this probably.
Yeah, probably 7-8 fact off of this, and I mean then we'll have to see. He could even get more if he plans on just pushing straight to the 4th or something.
Oh no. Okay, so he does lose the dropship. Good catch by Scan.
Yeah, very good catch. Second armory seems a little delayed from Dandy. I didn't realize. Wonder why that is, but so I think
Yeah,
his
like-
upgrades will be a little behind.
Yeah, like in late second armory in last game too.
Grades
Yeah.
right now for Terran. Everybody still on? Okay, so he does have at least +1. That is good. Vultures just being vultures here.
Yeah, still getting some phenomenal kills. Very nice there from Dandy. Dandy's
know
actually known for having the best vulture control, I think, of any foreign Terran. It's
Yeah,
like
and we can
literally-
see it here. Like he's made a lot with just a little bit on these vultures.
Yep.
I always like to see it. I like a good StarCraft game, in my opinion. It's where players play well enough with each other to not just simply die to a bad. There are bad StarCraft games, and those are the games where someone just dies because they
Forgot
didn't do what they
something
should
or-
have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's definitely not what we're seeing here. Yeah, they're just both playing so solid at the moment.
Yeah. And so we see some of the first carriers out. Triple Stargate though, so this is actually going to be really scary timing. As soon as that second round, I mean, usually you will see 2 Stargate, and you're going to need 4 carriers can fight. 6 carriers starts to get scary. 8 carriers is you better have an answer. But
I've heard in the
with it-
pro meta lately, they're saying 6 carriers is the number, which is why we keep seeing the 3 starport out of Scan. As of the last ASL finals, everybody's saying you go with 6 carriers and it's like unstoppable for some
Yeah.
reason.
That was a very interesting series, though. Like, I know you were saying there's several different schools of thought, and I noticed that Rush definitely appears to be of the school of targeting down interceptors, and not so much targeting, but just trading interceptors for Goliaths.
Yep.
That does seem to be the older style. I feel like more recently, a lot of Terrans I've seen have started opting to just try and snipe the carriers themselves when possible. But I feel like in the older style was always, even if you could target the carriers, just try to trade with interceptors. What do you think are some of the... Do you have any thoughts on why one is preferred over the other for some
So-
players?
Basically, the guy I talked to about this exact same question is Nyokin. And Nyokin is one of those Terrans that's of the thought that you always target interceptors. Like, don't worry about getting on top of the carriers, clicking the carriers. As long as you're placement on your Goliaths is good and you're spamming hold position on all of your control groups of Goliaths, you will trade efficiently. And he's like kind of my StarCraft go-to expert, so I kind of just believe anything that guy says. Like, so I'm sure for some reason targeting interceptors in general is better.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of success in the past with Goliaths. I mean, I don't particularly know that one is better than the other, except I think that if the carriers are in range of all of your Goliaths, you should target the carriers themselves, but I don't think you should run your Goliaths around trying to...
The carriers to try to pick them, yeah.
Well, not the Goliaths.
Or,
You don't
yeah,
run
the
carrier.
yeah.
Trying to pick off carriers. Like, if you're eating shots and not returning all your Goliaths on the carriers at the same time, just target the interceptors. But I don't know. Interesting move here. Scan kind of controlling the middle of the map. I think he's just trying to build his carrier count. But not very many zealots in this army. So, you know, every time he takes a... He's eating damage on these goons if he ever gets out of position. So... what are we waiting for? Just like a full control group of carriers, or waiting for Storm, or?
I was gonna say Storm. I feel like I'd be waiting for either Storm or more carriers here. Dandy is macroing. Whoa, I didn't even notice the drop in the main. But Dandy's been macroing pretty well this game, to where like this is a scary force to run into, even for Scan at the moment. So I think he's just trying to play it smart. Back it up.
Dandy, you're not realizing where the carriers were. Take some tank damage here. Like, I think Scan definitely abusing the map a little bit. Pretty good trade for Scan there. Like, he's still got a really strong mineral bank. He can afford to lose some interceptors. Oh, might get a carrier picked off here.
Oh!
Wow. Oh, wow.
Survived somehow.
I think, though, off screen we didn't see it there, but I think there was an army coming down from Scan, to a ground army, so that's why he was trying not to trade off the 3 Goliaths. Like, if he got that 1 kill but then loses like 5 Goliaths for it, then that could be really bad for him. So I think really good restraint by Dandy again. We've seen from a lot this series. I mean, he has made a few overextensions, but overall this series, Dandy played really well, not donating, you know, a whole army for free. Like, he's pretty much always taking, retaining his army, like valuing each unit. And it's good to see.
Yeah, it
but
definitely is.
A little bit of a base trade going here. Dandy, I guess, deciding he's just gonna go for the kill on. Maybe just thinking, okay, you don't have enough ground. What are you gonna?
I
dare you to stop me.
Should have done that. I think Scan should have went for a base trade there. I think he would have killed his expansion, and maybe even his natural.
I don't think you're wrong.
He could have rebuilt all his tech at the top, because that army is going to take forever to push through.
Yeah, like Scan has the other main started now. He can make gateways and such there, even if he loses his main. This is enough carriers.
Yeah, he's gonna win this fight, but
yeah,
I don't agree with what he did. Oh, that DT! I love getting DTs in the mix.
He's not targeting down the DT though.
No,
he scanned for it, but he isn't targeting.
Look,
no, he scanned. He scanned. Ooh,
yeah, but
really good fight for Scan there. Now he's up 54 supply. But Dandy, I don't know. Terran production, when you lose that many tanks, it's pretty bad. If he had lost just Goliaths or Vultures, I'd say he's okay, but
yeah,
he's gonna have to macro out some rounds of tanks here, and he's not really... I don't know if you really want to be remaking tanks at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think it was okay for Scan to kind of sacrifice that base because of this. Now, Dandy's got to hold this fourth or he's screwed, and I don't think he can. Not against all these carriers, these units.
This is also really smart because the majority of what Dandy has to make are Goliaths, and I mean, Zealots are just kind of like Goliath's worst nightmare. So, hits the CC, just flies over into the
Oh, he's gonna take out these factories. Yeah. Oh my god.
Dandy going for the trade here. This is just a desperation play, but he's gonna run to this Protoss army in the middle of the map. He will push it back, but There's just not enough muscle
Oh,
here for.
is he gonna go for all the scanners and then make DTs?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's gonna do.
He's like, what do Protoss players do to me that annoy the shit out of me? I think
Man.
I'll do that this time. Do that DT. Oh, I love DTs, man.
Yeah, they're so good. Especially like when you have no scan, like you're saying. Oh, big scan going down on top of the army
Storm.
there,
There's
though.
a big storm here.
Big storm.
Huge storm.
Oh, man.
Danny trying to dodge it, you can see, but he doesn't have a scan for this.
Look at this Terran.
Oh wait, he has a scan.
This
Where
Terran
did he have?
base.
Oh, he still has. He has 2 scanners. Okay. Danny just throwing down command centers around the place, around the map, trying to get a base somewhere that sticks. I mean, he's still got a really healthy SCV
this.
count. He hasn't actually lost SCVs, but he's just losing his bases.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you gonna do, man?
I mean, again, we see this is a really strong carrier map. If you can't get an answer for it or some compelling reason to keep it elsewhere, good luck
I'll be back,
stopping them.
fellas.
Alright, sounds good. Yeah, it was definitely a good carrier map there. Good countering by scan. I mean, man, that just looked tough to play against, honestly. Well
It's a
played.
really good play coming out from Dandy here, but now with the series 1-3, like it's starting to look a little rough for him. Now, this is a 7 life series, so he can still lose 3 more times without being out, but you know, what do you think you do as Dandy here? Just keep playing the same and just hope to take better trades, or do you think maybe he should throw in some strange builds?
I think you hope that Scan picks Zerg. And you can go back to playing TVZ, because man, Scan's Protoss really looks like high S level. Not that I would have any idea, but it's man, his Protoss looks very difficult to deal with. But yeah, I really, to kind of get back to the question, Scan is playing noticeably like very like econ cheaty early. Like we're seeing fast nexuses, fast hatcheries, delayed spawning pools. You know, it's clear that this guy likes to play a little greedy. So maybe go for an 8 racks. Maybe go for some type of bunker rush or 2-port wraith, or you know, something out of the box that you know, is gonna at least give Scan another look.
So Scan opting to go for Zerg on this map. He does have a 1 win and 1 loss on Zerg, so he's not like, he has 1 on Zerg as well. But what do you think about this map makes? Well, actually, let's go through introductions and then I'll ask you a question.
Alrighty. So spawning at the top right corner, as the Terran, we have Soul T Dandy.
And in the bottom left, in the red Zerg, up 3-1, we have Scan. So, Machine, what I was going to ask you was, what about this map you think makes Scan think Zerg would be the better option here, as opposed to, you know, Protoss or Terran?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, this map seems pretty standard. You know, there is like a high ground, you know, main, which makes for Zerg getting like a pretty easy to defend, you know, early third base. You know, there's nothing funny as far as like different amounts of minerals in the main are natural, and there's 2 gases obviously. So I don't know why he would pick Zerg on this map in particular, but it is a very standard map, and one that, you know, I don't really see an issue with in the matchup. So I don't know. I think he just thinks it's a good map, you know, pretty standard map for Zerg, and he can play from here.
I know it can be very difficult to maneuver armies in and out of bases on this map. At least it seems that way to me. Do you
Maybe
think that?
the mineral only is a little funky with that small
Yeah.
entrance leading to the middle.
So maybe he's just afraid of playing into Terran mech on this map. Is perhaps part of what his reasoning is. I don't know, but
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you could be right about that. I haven't seen a ton of TVP here, but that would make sense.
it also could be maybe his muscles from hitting the P key and the Z key and whatnot are just a little tired, so he wants to use some different muscles to macro out Zerg units. So
That's probably the more likely answer. He's probably got carpal tunnel and like 1 or 2 fingers, and he's like, all right, I gotta stop hitting the Terran Marine key this game. So let's go over to Protoss. Let's make some cannons.
do Protoss players ever get carpal tunnel or wrist issues?
I don't think their APM's fast enough. Just
Yeah, I know.
kidding.
Yeah, for Zerg, I feel like most of the time your macro isn't too hard as Zerg, but your muta control can really wear in your wrists if you go a lot of muta builds. Also, late game, trying to control defilers and such, if you're on top of everything, is pretty demanding. So, but
yeah, it can be. For
I
sure.
feel like Terran is just the worst. Like,
You think Terran's
all
the worst?
Mech, I don't think it's too bad, but yeah, if you're trying to go like Marine, Medic, macroing out all those. I mean, Marines make so fast, you have to just constantly be going back and making them, plus you have to control the units as well.
With
Feels pretty
Zerg, you
hard.
guys can't even hotkey like units, right?
Not, you can the important ones, but in
Yeah,
late
you
game, you're
can't
pretty much
hotkey
just
the whole
box
army,
selecting
for
everything.
sure.
So
You
when
just
you
hit
have
box
like
select, click, box select, click.
200 supply of Lings, Hydras, and all that shit, you're basically clicking and moving.
Yeah, at that point in the game, you're basically just
Yeah.
hotkey your hatcheries, probably. Hotkey and defilers, and that's about it.
I mean, you definitely have like unit control groups for the more key units, but yeah, it's a
Yeah.
lot of box selecting for sure. It definitely is late game.
Yeah, for me, usually in Zerg on the late game, I haven't, and I'm not an expert, don't get me wrong, maybe some better players do it differently, but there comes a point in the game where I stop hotkeying most of my fighting units. Like, I don't even try to hotkey everything that's coming out of the hatchery if I'm in the middle of fighting with them, or if they're just rallying out to fight something, I'm just box selecting.
I always have at least like 4 control groups of units, but that's just me. So I think some folks are different for sure. Yeah.
So, state of this game, this looks like a 3-hatch. I think this was a 3-hatch opener from Scan.
It was a 3-hatch opener with a the third hatchery being at a third base. This is once again a very extremely greedy opener from Zerg. Just about as greedy as you can get. Larva like to really pioneer this build, and since then it's started kind of catching on. But once again, we're seeing no pressure here from Dandy. So he's already ahead because of it, honestly. I'd really like to see some pressure out of Dandy. Even if something as simple as a stim rush would be very difficult for Scan to hold with this opener.
To what you're saying there, I feel like one of the main weaknesses for the 3-hatch build is simply if you play it every game, your opponent starts to adjust, but if you just pull it out every couple of games in a series, it really can throw them off. Because if they're thinking, oh man, it's a 2-hatch build, I can't really do that much, and then suddenly, oh, now it's a 3-hatch, whoops, my defensive play doesn't work.
Yeah.
It can get tricky. I'm not saying Terran doesn't have the options, they do, but it just, I think it definitely forces the Terran to adapt and stay very, competitive. Otherwise, you can get away with a lot of stuff as Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. Like in these longer series, especially, you can't just do the same build every single game. I don't care what player you are. Like you, at a point, you don't get away with it.
I mean, we
And,
had a series a few weeks ago where a guy got Lings into the Protoss main. I think all but like one game in the 9-game series. Every
really?
single game as Ling run by has made it past the natural wall. But
that happens.
you can have things happen sometimes. But I totally get it. At least at this level, I don't think you can just
Yeah,
go
do the
3-hatch
same
every single
thing.
game and expect to always get away with it.
Yeah. Oh, good old Oxerg. Oxerg, man. Now I'm not surprised at all.
So he's got to see, the turrets up on time. Again, when you go 3 hatch openers, you're probably not going to do that much damage in the Terran main. Your primary goal is simply to try to look for a good trade on this first Marine ball that moves out. He doesn't. I don't see that many lings out. Usually with 3 hatch, you want to have like 24 lings out around this time. Like after the Mutas hatch, just be spamming lings. But it looks like he's going. Wait, what? Why is he dropping the Queen's Nest in front of his?
It helps with the wall off. It's like more difficult to target the Sunkens with the Queen's Nest in front. But
Okay.
this is actually a pretty standard, build from Zerg. He's actually being more larva efficient by going pure Muta and not adding any Zerglings in.
Sure.
Zerglings are great with like a more of the standard third hatch and main style, but this is just allowing him to get a big amount of Muta up because of such an early third gas. The Terran actually really has to be worried here.
And that's true. Like usually when you make those in the standard 3 hatch builds with 3 hatch and main, and you're trying to make the lings are simply just to use larva, and they're kind of a meat shield. But if you had all Muta, you can take some gas trades and just be more efficient, like you're saying. So that makes sense.
Yep. Good amount of
So with the Sunkens on the high ground here, do you think? I don't think you can really run past that unless the Mutas show it. Scan trying to move him across here.
Yep.
I don't think you should. I mean, I guess those are lurkers, but this is still a little. Okay, they will hatch in time. So good timing here. Also, really good marine control though. Yeah. Okay, this is a failed attack. Scan brought his Mutas back anyways, though. Not completely confident in that.
I wasn't either, to tell you. That looked a little scary. As another Zerg, if those lurkers go down, that base could die quite easily, and he would have needed the Muta. So, yeah. But either way, I mean, he did hold, and that was a lot of bio really for Dandy to be trading at this point in the game. Meanwhile, Scan has his Hive Tech up. That Defiler Mound is starting, and we just now see the Science Facility starting from Dandy as well.
So yeah, we did have a question in chat about whether this was going into Crazy Zerg. So we do see the Ultralisk Cavern going down, but oh, okay. I thought you had seen the Defile. Okay, so it is Crazy Zerg. Okay, so he's right. Usually when you see the heavy sunken play, I think usually that's a signal they are going to go for Ultralisks.
Yeah, it definitely is. Just because obviously you're not relying on that Dark Swarm to hold. You need so many Sunkens to defend the bio. But yeah, this is going to be Ultra first, so Scan's feeling pretty confident getting away with this third base early. I kind of don't blame him.
No, I mean 3 hatch, 3 gas, Ultra is actually really strong timing. We see him already starting to bank the gas. I don't expect him to make any more Mutas. He's already got some Scourge, so I think Scan's just going to chill here, just get some Ultra upgrades. So probably around... yeah, we'll probably see 6 Ultras pop. And you might maybe even have like 7 or so whenever the upgrades finish.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We even see him taking a 4th top left and a 5th at 12 o'clock. So Scan being very
I like to play that. I mean, he has the drone count. Oh, whoa, is he gonna actually pick up the... Okay, that was scary there.
Yeah, it definitely was. If he got the vessel, that would really hurt Dandy here.
Yeah, watching the marine control, I get the feeling Dandy is slightly more comfortable with the mech movements. I noticed he's had a few opportunities to get some good trades with the Marines, and the Marines simply didn't attack. So I feel like he might be slightly more comfortable on the mech builds, mech armies.
Yeah, you could be right. I don't necessarily think he's in a bad spot at the moment. Yes, like Zerg's been on 3 bases for quite some time, but this Bioforce is starting to really get quite large for Dandy. And with no Defilers, he doesn't have to worry about Plague. He doesn't have to really worry about Dark Swarm. He's just got to get enough Marines to fight into Ultralisks.
Yeah, and we see he's gonna deny this 11 o'clock expansion, as he should, but little does he know, 12 o'clock scan has already got a third started, drones already starting to mine. I expect to see a gas started very soon up there. Still a lot of gas in the bank for scan. I think he did not have enough overlords to bam Ultralisks yet. He's also probably waiting for the Ultralisk armor upgrade. What are we looking at? Are we on plus 1 should be finished. So he does have the Ultralisk upgrade already. Oh, he's gone melee upgrade. Oh, yeah, and he's got +4. Okay, yeah. So +2 armor.
Yeah, typically with Zerg, when you're doing this ultra timing, you don't move out until you're 4-2 on your Ultralisks. That's really kind of the tipping point where Terrans shouldn't be able to have their +2 at the same time that you have +2, and Ultralisks can really just tank a lot more bio at that point. So as soon as Scan gets 4-2, I'd expect him to start moving out.
Dandy? Yeah, I'm noticing Dandy being very, very respectful of the bases here. Like, I mean, most of the games I play, those vessels are just going to be flying over my bases, tanking spores just to irradiate, you know, the Ultralisks. So, yeah, he has not really getting any damage on these Ultralisks, and I think whenever he does find at 12 o'clock, but this is the timing for Scan to just pull the trigger. Almost all of Dandy's armor's here in the middle of the map, and he's going to get sandwiched now. Now, one saving grace for Scan is he does not have cracklings out. I'm sorry, for Dandy, is Scan does not have cracklings, so these Ultralisks are going to have a little trouble with actually connecting on the army. I think one of the big things with Ultras is that they actually, with the attack upgrades, they are doing a lot of damage, but okay, I definitely expected Dandy to keep running his army. He doesn't get to 12 o'clock. I think Ultras popped there, and he just didn't have the firepower. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely a difficult position now as Dandy. So what do you do? List the CC and just...
wall your natural. You just wall your natural off and just try to live. And I mean, fortunately, he kept the vessels alive, which is the big thing. As long as the vessels can continue to irradiate, the army will eventually die. Yeah, I would have liked to see like a wall here.
I mean, at this point, you just pull SCVs and just start hold position SCVs in front of your Marines. Do whatever it takes. Exactly. I don't even see medics in the army. I think he lost all his medics in the middle of the map. Oh, and Scan's got he's got bases on either side of, which is actually a really smart move too, because this forces Dandy to take any fourth base potentially if the game lasts that long. You'll need to take them elsewhere. The Scan will already have either secured the position or mined so many minerals.
It's also just very unlikely to scout those bases. Why would your opponent take those bases, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But a lot of vessels out here for Dandy. Like, if he can keep banking up these irradiates, the longer the game goes on, it's going to actually get harder and harder for Gan to be cost effective. If he's... Now, of course, with the number of bases he has, he can afford to be inefficient, but, I mean, it looks like the game may not even last that long here. This good target firing, but...
That's all good. Man, big pressure here coming in from Scan. With this Ultra Lurker.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how many lurkers were popping, man. I was like, holy crap. I didn't think he was going to stop it. So,
honestly, one of the first times I've seen Ultra Lurker, no lings. Like, we see some lings coming out now with the crackling upgrade, but he had no lings in this comp until now. This is all Ultra Lurker, which is kind of weird.
Oh, big Sturge! Oh.
GG. Scan taking game number 5. Wow, that
was a fun strat to watch. I know some Zergs, or Terran don't like when Zerg go for the, fast third base into just sunken and fast ultras, but it is fun to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely fun to watch. Like that, just those big herds of Ultralists, like overwhelming the Terran forest is pretty cool. I mean, the early upgrades and muta control to defend your bases is always fun. But yeah, I don't know. I think Scan's just he's that was still just another game where he's doing some kind of like a macro cheese in a way. Dandy's he's got to do something. He's got to proxy something. He's got to send some SCVs in somewhere, or he can't keep letting Scan
Can't
get
stop the
away with
Stan
these
train,
builds.
man.
We
Yeah,
saw him.
it's gotta
We saw
stop.
him. Yeah, we saw him go for that on
Huh.
Yeah.
Ascension. We saw Dandy go for that SCV pull.
That's true. We did.
But like in that game against the Ultras, I feel like one of the best strategies I have seen Terran players go for against the fast Ultra timing is fast battle cruiser. Just sort of denying,
yeah.
trying to deny Zerg. Don't try to bust the third. Don't do any of that stuff. You just kind of try to contain Zerg to 3 bases, force them to make sunkens, but don't try busting a base or anything like that. You just kind of absorb it, and then whenever the ultras pop out, you've already got maybe 1 or 2 battle cruisers ready. And Zerg has to adjust the battle cruisers, which means they're making Scourge instead of ultras. So you get a free third base, you have strong marine medic force. I feel like it's just super efficient.
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, Ultralists obviously don't shoot up, so all those battle cruisers are allowed to just do so much damage, or at least force so many Scourge that it affects the the rest of their ultra numbers.
I mean, it's like I think 6 Scourge to kill a battle cruiser, and that's 6 that connect. So
Is it
if
6 or
the
7?
battle cruisers are flying over a marine medic army, like
Yeah, maybe 6.
yeah, you like even 6 Scourge. You realistically need to make more than that, but even if all you made was 6 Scourge, that's still an ultra that was not made.
Yeah, exactly.
And in reality, the chance of 6 Scourge killing a battle cruiser is low. So, I mean, it feels really bad on 3 gas Zerg to suddenly need to make swarms of Scourge. So,
yeah, it definitely does. Doesn't
we'll
feel
see.
great.
But we're gonna see Scan's Protoss coming out here. Next map is Largo. So in the upper left, in the blue Protoss, always a nice color to see. Rocking the pre-order skin, we have Scan.
And spawning at the top right, as the yellow Terran once again, we have Soul T Dandy.
Alright, so Largo. Now, Largo, if you're, for those who may not be familiar with musical terminology, it definitely refers to a walking pace. And I feel like this map is aptly named as it always seems to go into a long macro game. At least from my experience watching it. What are your thoughts?
I think it's actually a pretty tough map for Terran, the little that I've seen on it. Like I could be wrong, but anytime you have these high ground centers that lead into like a low ground third, low ground natural, it's a little tough for Terran to push out onto occasionally. So I think it's a tough map for Terran to really secure their third very easily.
Do you think we're gonna see? I'm sorry, I just realized that Scan is Protoss again, but so we will see, almost guaranteed, we'll see a mech build out of Dandy, unless he's going for something totally crazy, which I'd love to see, but
yeah, I think this is definitely going to be mech. It's definitely going to be like a more of a standard, mech opener against Protoss. Dandy loves his gasless expands, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that here. But usually he goes into mech.
We never know. I mean, someday, 20 years from now, the meta's going to be, Zerg, Terran versus Protoss. We're going to have, bio builds or something ridiculous.
Clone Wraith.
Yeah, some crazy, innovation, sort of like Protoss versus Zerg where you make bad units like Corsairs and Scourge because you just have to. It just is, maybe we'll have some weird revolution like that happen with Terran and Protoss, but that's that's just hypothetical thinking. But yeah, so we again see the Gateway Nexus opener from Scan. I don't think neither have scouted the other yet, so it looks like a pretty normal game.
Yeah,
Wait,
this
is
is
this
kind of
normal?
the
Okay,
same.
this is normal. Yeah.
It's kind of the same build he was opening with earlier on Eclipse. I think he's just gonna send the Zealot across and hope, or not on Eclipse. I think it was Polypoid or something like that. Anyway, he's gonna do a little bit of pressure with the Zealot here. He's getting a pretty quick Nexus behind that. This is really just gonna try to delay the natural a little bit if it can, but might not be able to.
I'm a little surprised he opts to walk into the main instead of just hit the SCV, making the CC.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Well, maybe you just want to kill a Marine or something like that, or hope to. Either way, kind of juking and jiving with this Zealot. Looks like he's going to end up just backing up and forcing a bunker. Meanwhile, Dandy's scouting inside Scan's main, sees the core, Gateway down, early Nexus. Pretty standard opener here from both these guys.
This might be the most standard game we've seen so far this series. Nothing. I think we did see Scan go for the Gateway Nexus opener on Ascension, into the triple Stargate, but I kind of get the feeling Scan might actually go for some goons for early pressure on the natural this game. Robo Bay. Okay. So, yeah, no second gateway either, so that would have kind of been a telltale if he had gone for a second gateway.
Yeah, I think we also don't see range on the way at the core.
Yeah.
So, it's probably not going to be a ton of Dragoons early, but just a really fast Robo into Reaver. And I think he's just kind of showing that.
And this is a actually pretty good Reaver drop map, is it not?
I would think so. Like, big, wide open main, tough to completely, build like a turret ring around. There's high ground leading to low ground at the natural. So it seems like a fairly good map for Reaver for sure. Third gateway going down as well. Now we see Dragoon range on the way, so maybe this was a fake actually? It was.
Yeah, so he's gonna just go for strong ground.
That's
I don't know if
so
you would call
smart.
this gateway. I don't think you would call this gateway man, but it's definitely. I think it's gonna be the most standard that we've seen. There's carrier. I don't know. I think you could call carrier a little bit of a fringe strat as well, especially as triple Stargate. But this feels like still the standard or a standard build coming out from Scan.
Yeah, the unique thing about it was delaying the range to then get range once the SCB died. Like, I can tell you, Dandy is thinking Robo Reaver 100%, when it's in fact just straight Obs Dragoon. So it's kind of smart forcing that turret ring early and maybe even a Goliath or two.
Mm-hmm. So the reasoning for this, correct me if I'm wrong, is he doesn't really actually want to go for any sort of bust. He is simply going to use this to try and get a very fast third and fourth Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could be right. I would assume he's at least going to get a third here pretty quickly.
So you see the 3-tank move out. Don't see any SCVs with the push. Scan definitely likes his scouting probes. Does lose it, but he sees the timing to move out. Gonna trail it. Needs to be careful though. He might, if Dandy catches on, he might scan and kill this observer, and it feels kind of bad to lose your first observer. But
here we go. 3-tank timing, moving in. Ooh, sees the amount of Dragoons and actually opts to back off. I think that's a pretty wise decision.
Now, will he loop around the side and see that there's a third Nexus there? He will. Okay, so he does confirm a third going down. He's going to move into position, knowing Scan should not have the number of units needed or the gateway count needed to just crush this. So I think he also knows at this point that there's probably not a Reaver. I think he just wants to force Scan to show his hand right here. And if he's like, okay, if you can stop me right now. Interesting mind placement here. I think he's just trying to prevent a walk around the side, but kind of
cut him off.
Siege even
run him back
done?
home.
I would have expected a siege up on the high ground there and tried to just sort of
They
have
don't
like.
have it. He doesn't have it. It's still research.
Wow, nice wall.
Wow, yeah, he just made that there to.
That's usually the cause of this push, or the effect of this push, I should say. There's no siege whenever you push out because your timing has to be precise. So you need that tank making while you put down 2 factories behind it. So you don't have siege yet. It usually does more effective than that, but even with the high ground, he got pushed back.
Thinking he would have siege, and that actually would have been a pretty strong push with siege, but
Right.
being that he didn't have that, I'm a little surprised he
Well,
traded for that long.
I think if he had waited though, he'd have ran into this Reaver now.
Is there a Reaver?
He's got the shuttle out for the Reaver. The Reaver's making right. That's half done, and I think his
Okay,
siege
okay.
just finished. So
Oh yeah, you're right. Wow. And yeah, there is a turret ring now, so I think it'll be slightly more difficult for him to get much damage done. But these Reavers are great at really just preventing pushes too, or delaying pushes. So we'll have to
So
see
we'll
how
be
he uses
bringing
it.
a Zealot with the Reaver. Whoa, wait, is that a second Robo Bay?
huh? I don't
Does he have
know.
2
Nice.
Robo Bays?
I don't think so. Oh, he does have 2 robos. Whoa, that's bizarre.
I don't see him. I only
Is he
saw
trying to make
He's got one in the
Observer
main,
while
one at
making
the
Reaver to
natural.
spam
that's-
Reaver and Observer at the
Oh,
same
Robo
time?
facility. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, I don't even know this.
I remember StarCraft 2 messed up my terminology, so
No,
Yeah, it's
me
facility. It's
Me
facility.
being away for so long is messed up mine. Dude, you should have hit those 7 SCVs next to each other. Come on, Scan. I mean,
Yeah.
let's go, Dandy. Let's go.
Man,
Oops.
this is doing some good damage though. He
I'm
played
not a
well.
bias caster.
somehow still loses a Marine while, wait, wait, what? Did he have a second?
Dude, this
Okay, no,
monitor
that's the
is
first
so
Reaver.
much cleaner now. Like, I just saw that Reaver Scarab, like, all the effects of it. I've never seen all the effects of it like that.
Really? Huh.
Like,
Oh
it looks
no,
like
oh
multiple
no.
fancy.
It's such a, oh, that would have been a major Scarab
Yeah.
detonation if he got all those SCVs when they were
can't
clocked
drop it.
up.
It's too low. It's one shot dead from a siege blast.
I
He
think there's
can't-
space with the very top right corner, maybe.
He can't stop running it though because he can't get out.
The Marine will kill it. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. See, but drop. Yep.
Ah, good
Yeah.
try.
He got his Reaver trapped by going in.
But he's still got double Reaver here. I'm it's triple. He's 3 Reavers and a shuttle. I mean, I don't
This-
think you bust anything here, but I think you can definitely. I mean,
This
what
used
what
to
is
be
the
a
purpose
thing.
of going so many Reavers in?
This used to be a thing a long time ago. And it's not that he's going so many Reavers. It's that he's going so many dropships. So you would actually take like 2-3 dropships of zealots and just freaking bomb them right on top of the tanks, man. You didn't have to worry about your dragoons at all.
This is true. I had seen Free go for this strategy.
Yeah. A lot of
recently.
Protosses still do this sometimes. But I only see one shuttle out of the moment, so I'm kind of wondering.
Yeah, good
Maybe,
pullback.
I
That's
think
a
he has
lot
the
of
second one.
boosting.
He was just
Oh,
hoping to
now
get
he's
that high
blue.
ground position first, and he blew it. Yeah, see, there's the 3rd shuttle. Here we go.
There moves the Goliaths in his army. I'm surprised there's no observer just sitting over there.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too. Here we go. 3 shuttles moving in. Ooh, good zealot
Really good
bombs.
target firing
Reaver.
by Dandy. Does actually choose to focus fire the Reaver, but really good control by Dandy, not getting baited into. Like, I don't know if you saw there, but he was spam attacking on the goons with his tanks.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Preventing
Yeah.
that splash.
Yeah, you see the tanks try to aim for the zealots, and then nope, he would have them focus back on the goons.
You
Not
just
watching
spam
right here
click.
though. Okay, good on siege.
Still
Not the best
Yeah,
drop
but
here.
let's say he should have moved that way. Oh, you should have spammed on that Reaver. Ooh, Scan's in a little bit of trouble here, gentlemen. Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
Really good control
Oh, why
there by
did he
Scan.
drop it back down?
He got the 2 tanks. I think that's actually an okay trade here when you're going double robo. You just needed
Well, he
quash
still
that
would have
tank
had a
count.
Reaver. He dropped it back down after he'd already picked it back up.
Oh, okay, I missed that. Sorry. I thought he
Yeah.
killed it after the. Yeah, I think he's going to lose this Nexus though. Like, he's
Both
got
of
the
them.
splash to deal with the vultures, but
Yeah, he's gonna lose both Nexus for sure.
he doesn't
I
have
think-
speed.
Really needs to go for a counter, I think. And then after he takes out that expansion, just come right back home. Because he's not holding this off.
Yeah, there's no saving this phase.
There's so many vultures, like you
Yeah.
can't just drop your zealots on that and expect
That
that
is
to go well.
tough ramp.
Again, I'm
Oh,
really
great.
surprised not to see an observer with this army. If you see where the mines are, you can.
Ooh, here we go.
Oh, actually,
4
going for the
depots at a time.
supply depots is actually a really smart move.
Oh, he messed up his shots. What's he doing?
I'm not sure how many
Because
SCVs
we were
just died
doing
in
it.
that, but it was probably like 4.
He's gonna get some more here.
Good pickup. Oh,
Ooh,
very nice.
Yeah, but his Reaver's down to 1 shot now, I think.
Yeah.
Angle eyes just bumped up. Oh.
Oh,
Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
so I think
bro.
Dandy is still ahead, but we got to remember Scan still has 2 mining bases. He's got a 3rd and 4th.
Oh.
He's gonna lose this 3rd here at 9 o'clock, but he's got a 4th started at the bottom. He's got it walled off. He's got all his gateways still intact and his robos. He's got his production and he still has his probes.
It's got a little bank too, which is kind of
Yeah, so I don't think Scan is out of this by any means. Like, I'd be a little worried for Dandy actually, because if Scan can get any sort
Here's
of
the
favorable
counter I was
traits,
talking about right here.
yeah, any sort of favorable traits for Scan here, and Dandy's in a big trouble because he's got to remake SCVs now. He's got triple CC, it won't take him that long, but he can't just spam out of his factories like he was.
It was Scan taking 12 o'clock as well.
Yeah.
This is nice.
And unfortunately, one of the hard things with observing is you can't always tell what's an army and what's a mine. So I thought those were actually siege tanks, and those are just mines, so that means it's even rougher
Even
for...
smaller. Yeah.
Yeah. But Scan's gonna need to send down some goons to deal with this pressure at the bottom. Like, those vultures won't take long to kill the pylons.
Yeah, they definitely won't. That bottom left base is completely vulnerable, and it looks like Scan's just giving it up. Honestly, I think he's just gonna go for a big counter timing.
Going a 4th here for Dandy though. This is pretty ambitious, and if Scan doesn't catch wind of it soon, it'll definitely put Dandy in a leading economic position. If Scan doesn't pull off some sort of favorable trade here soon to use his econ advantage he pulled. Going for the pro pull at 12 o'clock,
At
it
12,
seems a little bit
That's super
ambitious.
ballsy. Yeah. Yeah, it really is.
Like, I'm
He's
pretty
gonna
sure
get
that
away with
base...
it.
Like, I'm pretty sure I've seen a Protoss player go for, like, recall on all the probes at a dead base before, but that's not really how you want to use your first recall. And I don't think he even has Arbiter Tech on the way. I think Scan's just trying to play a scrappy game off of...
That's really what it feels like. This is just a super scrappy game. He's just buying time, delaying, and Oh man.
Oh no. Like if he loses both of these Reavers, it gets at least he should. I think he needed another shot to
He
make
got
it
him
worth
out.
losing a Reaver, but he gets both of them.
Yeah, he got both of them out.
Oh, and he scouts the base. That's actually the biggest deal of this
Yeah, he's
drop. Is he
crushing it
find?
right now.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah. It
this
kind of
is
makes you
incredible.
wish as a Dandy, if you're a Dandy fan here, that he had made a Wraith out of that starport. Just another something to just kind of reduce the this. You don't usually need a Wraith, but when you have this many Reavers and dropships that are getting this much damage, I feel like a Wraith is totally worth it.
Yeah,
But
it gets good value for sure.
I think Dandy realizing that, okay, I've gotten the macro up some, you're losing a lot with these drops.
Wow, that's
Let's
a lot
see
of
if your
tanks.
army's strong enough to stop mine.
And that's a lot of tanks. Here we go. Scan moving on to the high. Oh, no, he's going to back up a little bit.
I think Dandy is aware of the base at 12 o'clock, but I think he wants this position to deny 2 bases from Scan.
Yeah, you could be right. Because he has to save that mid-left base as well. Or at least if he does, it helps him get the bank he needs to stay in this game.
A little bit of a weird siege position here, not able to, okay, Scan,
Ooh.
I don't know why Scan did that, but, okay, yeah. There are some High Templar in the mix here, but Scan needs to find a way to break out of here because he's drying up now. He is still on 3 bases, but he needs to. All 3 of these are in pretty rough positions.
I mean, the answer might just be this big counter again. He is 2 bases up. And if he can force the Terran to move into him here with this Storm, I mean, that would be great. Oh, he made an Archon, though. He might have forgotten Storm.
I think he was just afraid of losing him to Vultures.
Yeah, I think he's just buying time.
Which you
Okay.
typically use the
Man.
Storm for the Vultures anyways, I think. I guess use them for tanks as well. But...
Bro, he's getting the CC. No! Finish off the CC. You could lose your entire army right now if you kill that CC. You're gonna
Wait,
be
what? He
dead.
just lost both High Templars to the
He
siege
forgot
tank.
Storm, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he might have. But look at that CC. Let me see how much health he's got left.
Yeah,
Oh
it's super
my gosh,
low.
dude. Just like 2 more volleys, man. That's gonna
Speed
come
also
back
on the
mighty
field
fast.
there, like, Dandy's donating a few tanks here, and it's considering the economic state of the game, I think it's gonna come down to whether or not Scan can actually find a way to kill these siege tanks.
I think he will. I think he can even pump out like single DTs at this point and just trade like 1 tank at a time or something. I mean, he's still mining both these bases. I mean, Scan has been relentless with mining. And this 12 o'clock base going unscouted is so huge.
Yeah, I mean, that has saved his ass, but man, I don't know. The fact that he did not kill that CC, I'm telling you, man, like, that's
Yeah.
gonna keep him in this.
Now we see here Dandy does
He's
scan
getting big.
12 o'clock, so
Yeah, so he loses his base now.
yeah. So I think at this point we're pretty much gonna see Scan just kind of fizzle out here. He doesn't really. He's gonna probably deny mining at 3 o'clock here, but he's not gonna kill the CC. He doesn't have an answer for the tanks, and he's down to 1 mining base. So
Yeah, I think this is gonna be Dandy's game, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think you're right. Man.
Yep.
And you called it. GG.
Yep.
From Scan. Wow. Incredible.
Alright, so
game.
Dandy's showing that game number 1 was not a fluke. Gets a second game on the scoreboard, and
It's a whole different race too. So.
yep,
Yep.
brings the series to 2. I think we're at 2-4 now.
Yep. 2-4. Going into game number 7 here. So pretty close to what we all were kind of saying. You know, Dandy obviously a tough opponent and everybody, but Scan, you know, already kind of the majority victor for the series. But they've been, you know, pretty back and forth games, which has been nice to see.
So we're seeing game number 6 is going to be on Wavelet. potentially.
Yeah,
We may we're getting to the
Wavelet.
point in the series now where we may start to have some map changes. This is, of course, a series that has the potential to go to 14 games, so shall see here. Now,
I think it just goes to 7 games, but then we have Terror
Yeah.
versus Scan afterwards.
Like you're automatically playing 7 games, even if Scan wins the first 6.
right, so we confirm both players have approved Wavelet, and it will be a TVT, our first of the night.
Ooh, wow. Okay.
So
This will
Wavelet
only be 2 hours.
So okay, in the upper right, in the green Zerg, we have Dandy.
Green Terran.
I'm sorry, Green
It's
Terran.
all
Yes.
good. Yeah, and in the bottom left, it's the red Terran Scan. Oh man. It's been a long night, guys. Go easy on us. No, I know. I was thinking the same thing. That was funny. I love it.
So Wavelet, despite it being a not a common map, taking a look at it here though, it actually does not seem to be a very. It seems to be quite a standard looking map. If we can get a shot of the natural, sort of the entrance, it would be from this base. It would be the next base up. But if
Yeah,
it looks to me though like it does have like a pretty standard layout, pretty close natural, not too hard to defend. But then the third does require that's a pretty wide opening actually.
Yeah, they're actually pretty wide openings. I've been
Okay.
playing Wavelet for quite a while, and it's a map where if you're Protoss and you're trying to go, gate expand, you got to be worried about Zergling run-bys because there's no way to make like a 1 hex wall off or something like that. So it's kind of known for its natural aggression, particularly in any kind of a close position. So yeah, this could actually be a little scary here for early vulture timings. We do see both these players, going very standard, putting their barracks inside the main, taking that quick gas. We should expect to see factories on the way here shortly. And they did, of course, spawn close positions. So there's not a whole lot of distance from natural to natural where each of these players are at. So it kind of lends more towards some quick aggression play, which is perfect for, what I want to see TVT. So this could be nice.
And so you think we might see any like triple factory vulture timings, or do you think it'll be I mean, I know that you're not going to really know for sure either way, but do you think you would like to see a 3-fact vulture?
If this was any foreign match, I'd say yeah, triple fact TVT is probably the way to go. But man, there's a reason why you don't see too many triple facts at the pro level. Like they're just so good, they're always gonna beat it with like 2 factories of their own. So I don't know if we'll ever see a triple fact from either of these players. It's kind of a gimmicky TVT build that you get away with occasionally, but not against someone like Scan.
Dan, not a little hesitant here to walk his SCV in. I think he's just okay. So he sees the second Marine. So when you see a second Marine like that, what do you what kind of mental flow chart does this trigger?
Possibility of pressure. Like if you're going for this quick command center like Scan is, you're never super happy seeing any more than a single Marine. Just because you got to expect some kind of vulture to follow up. It might trigger you making a bunker or something like that. But Scan's so good that he's read this completely. There's no bunker. There's just a single Marine. He still built that command center at the natural. Like, he's just being greedy, which is really good for him.
So what do you think Dandy's options here? He's gonna get a favorable trade here because of the Dandy gonna get the favorable. Okay, never mind. His Marines lagging behind, and without range, these Marines not gonna have a very good time against the Vulture. So, I think overall that trade favoring Scan slightly, just because of his. Well, wait.
I think it favored him. He was just Dandy just fought into the rally, delayed the command center very briefly, but he was able to kill off 2 vultures for
Oh, and we see the triple fact coming down from Scan. I don't know if that means it'll be pure Vulture or if he'll go starting adding Goliaths and tanks, but
No, he'll Vulture. Anytime he's ever TBT, it's mass Vulture, dude. Like 4 or 5 factory, nothing but Vultures.
Yeah.
He will not make it. He won't make a tank or a Goliath.
oh, he is getting he is getting the add-on for speed. Dandy trying to get a little quick here on Scan. Again, you can't. I don't know. I don't actually know why he continued to take that trade, but
Yeah.
I know what he was trying for. I think, but we do see a starport coming down for Dandy. So again, star rates not good at killing vultures, but
No, definitely not. Dandy needs to recognize this, which obviously with the barracks inside the main, he will. He knows exactly what he's up against at the moment. But yeah, he's got to get like a wall off at his natural going or something, because it's just basic math. 3 factories make more vultures than 2 factories do.
yeah,
so
like he's gonna need some tanks very soon.
Yeah, he
Or
definitely.
you may go, or do you go Goliath? I'm not a TBT player, of course, but
You could really go either. I think tank is just fine, so you usually see more tank, but
okay, he does go for the Goliath.
Will tell
Okay.
you not to go Goliath.
oh, okay.
You do not see him go Goliath hardly at all.
Now, when
Got
you
it,
see,
okay.
He will whenever drop shifts and stuff like that come into play, but early on like this, no. Not unless
Yeah.
it's to protect against a single Wraith.
We
So-
do see a Wraith being built from Dandy as well.
Scan's gonna mine the map up hardcore, get Vulture speed, and then he'll just counter or take better position before Dandy leaves his base. Like he'll just put 100 mines on the map. It's ridiculous,
Yeah.
but
yeah.
really good.
I
Obviously.
believe it. Huh, what's the purpose of the Wraith here?
I think it's just to try to force some sort of reaction from Scan, get some SCV kills, but I don't hate it, but
Don't lose your tanks.
I mean, Scan's not even sending his vultures in with this. I don't know. He just
What
like
the heck, man? Like,
he wasn't worried at all about that fight. He's like, I don't
This
even
is
need
Scan
to
I
send
don't
literally
think
just-
he's worried. I mean, look at the supply count. I don't think he's worried in this last bit about anything. Like this Wraith is 3 SCVs. Should have been more, honestly. But
Scan literally just playing sleeper mode here in this game.
and he
Just-
didn't get speed or mines. Like I don't
he got
understand
speed,
that.
I think.
No,
No, that's not speed. That's not
Yeah,
speed. Yeah.
it's like I'm really confused. He's got mines now, but I'm really confused. Like Scan usually does not play TBT like this.
Hmm.
In my 3 months absence, I have had no StarCraft except for bitch, Trovo and stuff.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta make sure we get
I've
the right
watched a lot
branding
of
here.
Scan. it was good. Don't get me wrong, but
Scan is fun to watch. Like, I really
can't load
appreciate
up
him.
for war.
Kind of his brand being he really pays attention a lot to the foreign, I would say English speaks. I don't think he speaks Spanish, but he like if you go in his chat, he's always like interacting with English chat. So it's really nice to have a Korean.
A Korean
Bro.
English
Yeah.
speaker, not just
he
an
qualifies
English
as
speaker, but like you said, actually interacts.
Yeah, and
Man,
he
Dandy is
qualifies.
messing him up, dude.
Yeah, I don't think that Scan expected this number of Goliaths, and like
Like, I mean, Scan's still in a great position. I mean, granted, he's lost all
Yeah.
those SCVs, but the supply count is still even, so that means his army is much bigger.
Yeah. Still,
Not
I
sure
mean,
why
it
Scan
was
is
good
losing
timing.
his own bunker for. Okay, but so kind of what's your position now for Dandy? Like, you are contained.
Yeah,
You're on
it's
pretty
tough
much
from
pure
here.
Goliath. Are you
He
gonna?
doesn't have any tanks. He doesn't have
I'd like to
siege
see him just.
He does not need to lose his barracks. Okay, yeah, it's burning.
Okay, there's the second. I was gonna say I want to see him just load some.
Oh,
That hurt. Yeah, he's got
oh
to
my
bust out. You
god.
cannot get contained in two
If he
bases
doesn't bust
DVT.
out right now, it is GG.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
these
he
3
needs to do
tanks
when there's
siege,
just
it's over.
two
Yeah,
tanks
here we
here.
go. Oh, too late though. The tanks came to play, boys.
Yeah.
Wait, where's his dropship? Okay.
Oh, nice little mine.
What on earth? Did they just die to the splash from the tank?
Yeah, that was a nice mine drag.
No, I mean like, I think the mines died to the tank splash. They didn't actually detonate, I don't think.
Oh, got it. That's unfortunate.
That was,
I could be
that was
wrong, but
crazy. No, I think the mine hit. Because, man, those back row tanks got wiped pretty quick. I think you're right. I think the mine grabbed him. Look at that
it's a really
SCV
rough
count.
position.
Right back
Like
to where it was.
down 20 supply, Dandy is.
Go back to Scan's supply count. Look at his SCVs, man. Like, did he get
Yeah.
dropped at all?
Yeah, I
Here
know,
we
right?
go.
It's hard to notice even.
Last ditch attempt to break out. I don't think it's working because he's not aiming the tanks. Those SCVs are repairing.
They're repairing the tanks instead of killing them. Or-
No, he's got SCVs.
Oh, he's got his
repairing
own.
the tanks.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! If he did that, then he's just trolling.
GG. Wow, that was a nice little TVT between those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did not go to split map battle cruiser, mass battle cruiser.
Nope, did not. But I mean, still Dandy. He was making some moves. The Goliath drop was pretty nice in the main. You know, you didn't make it easy for him, but yeah, Scan taking the series 5-2.
Yeah. Actually, a really good play by Dandy there. I liked the Goliath drops and splitting the map, but I feel like he didn't quite execute the breakout. I don't think he actually had to stay contained there. If he had been just slightly faster
Yeah.
and executed slightly better, he would have been able to break out.
When
but-
those 3 tanks came up when they did, that was just. I mean, that was kind of the end.
Yeah, he needed to break out before those
Yeah.
3 tanks came. When he was just a 2-tank contain, I think he had the opportunity, but
Yeah, 100%. It's easier said than done when you're playing against Scan, though. I'm sure.
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Micro and StarCraft,
Man,
it's hard.
yeah, it's a tough thing for sure.
You know what? It's crazy whenever I see like players who are much better than myself, and they play all 3 races, and they can't beat a micro worth a damn. And I'm like, know how to beat you now.
Yep.
It's like, next time I play you, bro, you better hope you're not Zerg.
Yep. Yeah.
But
Edict
I gotta
controls the
make sure it
temple
gets to
Zerg.
that point though too, because they are good.
Yeah, they really are.
Actually, okay, so I think a little bit of confusion. I think we actually was not 7 life series, but a best of 7.
It's just like we're just playing the series to all 7 games. So yeah, it's just 7 games total. Even if one player ends up winning, you know, taking the first 4 games or something like that, we usually just like finish out the series to all 7 games. Yeah.
Scan takes the series 5-2.
Yep, Scan takes the series 5-2. Now up next we're gonna have Scan going toe to toe with Terror, the other Peruvian Terran. So we'll be seeing some more Scan off race and maybe a TVT thrown in there as well.
So just waiting for the players to get ready here. You know, there's a little bit of shuffle in between, but So, going into the series, I'm a little more familiar with Terror than I am with Dandy. I haven't seen enough of both players recently to try to say which I'm favoring. I do feel like overall I would see Terror as slightly stronger, but again, I haven't watched enough of either player to say. What are your thoughts?
I mean, they're both two completely different players, which is kind of funny to say, but I don't know, man. Something about Dandy. I've always really liked Dandy's TVP in particular. I think Dandy
Mhm.
gives Bonneth some of the closest games that I've really seen, consistently in BSL. So I'd say they each have like their, specialties.
Yeah.
Terror. I love Terror's 8 Raxes. I love Terror's 8 Raxes against Zerg. And I think no one else quite does TVZ quite like Terror. So they're just different players with different strengths.
Kind of from the games I have seen, I kind of get the feeling that Terror goes for slightly stronger timings, but Dandy's slightly better with his like army control. Like he really does not donate units for free. Like he would always like save his units. Like if he saw, oh, this is a bad fight, he wouldn't take the fight. So I think
Yeah, Dandy's
again,
a
I
little
haven't
more
seen
like
enough of him.
methodical.
Yeah, like he's a little like he made some of those games look way closer than you would think they should have been. Like the game on Eclipse where he went down like 50 supply or 60 supply or something and still made a game out of it. Like that was very impressive. So
Yeah, it really is.
but yeah, I'm excited to see what happens in this next series. Are we running the same map pool?
I believe so. I think we're going to be running the same map series here. So, wow, we're getting into the first lobby here. It looks like game 1 will be on Revolver with Scan Zerg.
So, in the bottom left, in the purple Terran, running under the under Alt ID, we have Terror.
And spawning at the bottom right as the red Zerg, we have Scan.
Keeping the colors exciting for us.
Yeah, Terror loves to rock that magenta Terran. Actually, just
Yeah, that's a good color.
go-to color for sure. Definitely pops on the mini map.
Yeah, I really appreciate the coloring the devs did for StarCraft, even before the remaster. They've always been very bold. It's really easy to tell who's who. Of course, black, not a very good color for most maps, but it's very distinct. I know some titles, RTS titles, sometimes it's harder to tell, but leave that thought. Look in the middle of the map. We've got I believe that was 8 racks.
What have I been telling you, man? This is what I've been saying about Terror forever compared to any other Terran I hit on ladder. I feel like you hit a certain MMR and everyone stops going 8 racks, but until you get to like the high level, and it's one thing Terra's very good at. Now, unfortunately, here we see an overpool or a 12 or 11 pool, I believe it was, out from scans. So, man, this is freaking unfortunate because against every game that he played Zerg against Dandy, he did the opposite and played so greedy. It was always hatch, gas, then pool.
Mm-hmm.
And so, man, this is really unfortunate. I wanted to see what, I wanted him to do the exact same build and have Terror just slam him, but as is, Scan's build should beat Proxy 8 racks.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. Like, I really like the move from Terror, seeing, okay, he's gone Econ Cheese almost every game. Not so much cheese, but he's gone greedy. But Scan, and I believe Scan actually casts Terror U from time to time. I don't think that Scan is, unfamiliar with Terror's play, and So yeah, I mean, this is a pretty crazy series already. Terror just rallying Marines to his base, knowing he's got to hold his ramp, or the potential for a speed building timing could just kill him. So both players should be fine.
Yeah, this is
still
really
not
smart
sure.
here from Terror, honestly. Recognizing, getting that scout off, and making the best of a bad situation. It's so smart for him to back up with these Marines to the main. Terror also always goes factory after 8 racks, I've noticed. And
Yeah.
it's because it's just so easy to follow up on. Make sure it's not an
Safe
all-in.
too.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
yep.
And
Yeah.
really interesting. Going for the 15, I believe it was 15 gas here. Scanned it. Now, of course, a lot of the supply is lean, so I think this is going to be a somewhat normal 3-hatch build, albeit slower. But he took the 3rd hatch at the upper natural, and conveniently, Terror is flying his barracks straight for. I don't know if the Overlord's going to catch wind of this, but I really want to see this barracks just land there and make Marines and kill it. It would not to
Yeah, it would
favor
be
either
nice.
player, but I like seeing funny plays. But it looks like it's just gonna kind of maneuver off to the 3 o'clock. So
Wait to see if it gets expanded to.
wait, is this a? Yeah, I was also wondering, since he is floating the barracks, is he gonna 1-1-1 this, or what is this?
This could be a
He's
1-1-1.
baiting.
So he baited the Lings out of the way so he could get the Vulture in.
Yeah,
Now he has excellent Vulture control along with Dandy, so
yeah.
this-
This actually could be game-ending damage here.
it really can. It really can. But yeah, Terror is just like keeping him busy, and scouts the 3rd with that barracks at the same time.
Yeah, Scan, interestingly, did not scout.
Oh, 2 Vultures in? Yeah, this has been what Scan's been doing. He has not scouted a single game with Zerg. And that's very unusual, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, if he had gone there and seen, okay, you walled your ramp, that tells me it's either
Man,
an
this
8
is gonna be
racks.
GG, guys.
Yeah, this is GG. This was a
Yeah, it is.
mistake from
Yeah, like
Scan to not have the sunken up in time.
as a Zerg, if you don't know what Terran is doing, you always need to have that sunken started by around 3:30 or so. If you don't, then
He is
this happens.
just making Zerglings.
He has to. He doesn't even have wing speed.
Oh, there goes the Vulture.
Okay,
so
he
he does
just
get a
got
kill.
wing speed.
But still, man, here comes a Wraith, right? Yeah.
No, he does get in, sees what's going on. He's gonna need to drop Evo Chamber and 4 at each base. Now there will be no tech for Scan to stop this. He's gonna need to rely on spores. I don't think he's even aware. Oh, he just GG'd. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it was
I was
over.
gonna say Scan could, if he was
No.
able to get Spore down, he would have been fine potentially, but you can't take that much damage from a Vulture and be even.
No.
The only reason Scan even remotely had a chance was he had that 3rd base already, but
He had no
um,
follow up for the Wraith. which was
yeah,
the big
if
issue. Yeah.
if he had say a Hydra Din down already, or if already started the Spire, or had a Evo Chamber, maybe, but good
Yeah.
game. I don't know. I feel like I saw both players adjust, but I mean, honestly, Terror went for a really strong opener into a really strong follow-up, and he didn't throw away his 8 racks. Instead, he just made it into a 1-1-1, and Scan didn't scout.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that happens. You can't let the Vultures in. That was kind of the key point in the game. If that sunken was up on time, Scan wouldn't have taken that much damage and the game would have continued. But I mean, you can't make that kind of a mistake on someone the level of Terror.
No, you can't. And you can't if you don't know what Terran is doing, unless you're some sort of, unless you can just intuit what's going on really well, then you're gonna need, or deduce what's going on very well, you're gonna need that sunken by, 3:30 or so. It was 4:20, and he still had, when those vultures ran up the main, and he still didn't have the sunken done.
So it looks like next game's going to be Eclipse, and we have Scan going Protoss this game.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if we'll see that random Nexus Forge opener again. That could be kind of funny.
I think we will. I'm wondering if, I think Scan will, because it just seems like a really strong build on this map, and I'm wondering if we'll see Terror make any sort of adjustment. Like, he could go for a proxy again to just try to say, okay, well, if you're running a probe all the way across the map this early to gas steal, what if I just have a barracks near your base?
Scan is still talking. Let the man talk. Yeah. Okay, there we go. I mean, he does pretty good. I mean, he lived in America. No, he lived in Canada, didn't he?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he said go. Okay, I thought he lived in Canada for just a little while. Welcome to the Hotel California.
In the upper right, in the purple or magenta Terran, we have Looping Whale, otherwise known as Terror.
And spawning at the bottom left as the red Protoss, we have Scan.
So I know Scan really likes to talk about horizontal mining, and looks like, yeah, he is. Everything's returning to the corners pretty effectively. So he seems to be following his own advice.
See, earlier what I was going to tell you about the...
Yep, there goes the probe. I think he's going to try for the gas steal. So
yeah.
I really want to see Terra make some adjustments, just knowing how popular of a build that can be on this map. And the fact that if he was watching the prior series, he would have seen that, he would have seen Scan do that versus Dandy. So I'd like to see an adjustment here of some sort. What is your adjustment? If you wanna, if it's a one base map, you don't want your gas stolen. What's the kind of the go-to?
You can always just take the gas. That's an option. Like, see the probe come up, take your gas before barracks. That's definitely an option. We
Yeah, but
still
see,
have
he forward pylons, so what he's going to do is he's going to make that fast zealot. And, well, see, he's not dropping the gateway yet. He's going straight for the gas steal. Like, usually you pull a probe just to have it ready to build that gateway already. He might be going Nexus.
Again. That's what he did last time. Yeah, he went
That's
Nexus.
exactly what I'll do.
Okay.
He'll Nexus Forge and go for carriers, probably.
All good. So yeah, I wonder. It seems like this is going to be a Nexus follow-up. Terror's scouting for that proxy gate, which, as we know, doesn't exist. And yeah, this is quite a fast gateway. 13 gateway once again.
Do you usually gas steal with a proxy? I mean, considering that Terror is looking for it, I'm guessing that he has probably seen proxies after gas steal, but it feels a little inefficient.
Definitely. That's actually where the build originated with this gas steal, was when Eclipse first came into play. That season ASL, whatever, I think it was like 11 or something, you started seeing a lot of proxy gateway gas steal. And Terrans were trying to take their gas before barracks and things like that, and we're getting caught with these really early zealot timings. So we're kind of seeing a meta unfold about that. Yeah, he sees the forge.
And Scan is in trouble, y'all.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
saying.
Does he even have a zealot? Does he even have a gateway?
He's making a forge right now, so
No.
I don't think he's got to pull all his probes and actually deny some of these SCVs from drilling through so early.
Yeah, he's gonna have to.
He has to double cannon too, or
Yeah, he's gonna need to sacrifice probes. If the cannon gets up, he might be fine.
Oh
but
my gosh. See, this is why you double cannon, because this bunker finishing is the absolute cannon scheme. It's not even these pros.
You also didn't get the second
Still
cannon
not,
down.
still not getting that SCV that was making that bunker for so
he
long.
should get the Marines. Why? I'm surprised he's not getting the Marine kills. Good body block. Good
Now
micro.
he
Good
has to
micro.
get the Marines. Oh my gosh.
Okay, he should be fine here.
Dude.
Even with
that's
this number of
GG.
SCVs.
Yeah, that one hurt. That one definitely hurt.
That is
I mean, okay, but Scan lost a lot of probes there. Like, this
Watch
is
this.
not.
How about
He's got a
SCVs?
target fire.
Oh, he's still losing probes.
Oh, get your probes out of there. Well, I guess you can. Oh my gosh. I was wrong.
I think he could have had a second cannon though. I don't know why the second.
Yeah, see, that was my thing. I don't know why he didn't do a second cannon.
Shoot, I think that's game. I think Terror goes up 2-0.
Crap. Oh my god, terror.
Yeah, go Terror, man. Can't believe it. GG.
I think though, if Scan had made the second cannon there, he probably would have held that.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But
Hey,
the
you know
what ifs are what ifs, and
he knows that too. He knows that too leaving the game.
Scan's a smart player.
There
He
was
knows.
zero-
He knows why he did it and why he didn't. So. You know.
But there's literally zero reason not to make that second cannon.
I
All
mean,
his
okay.
SCVs off to go all the way across the map. Even if you kill 0 SCVs, that second cannon's still worth it just to deter the attack.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's even if he made it, it's not
Especially
really a
since
waste.
he had the expo too.
He did almost hold it as is, right? Like it's not like it wasn't close with that one cannon. It was pretty close.
Yeah, it was.
He's mad that he did not win that game, dude. He's so mad.
He made second pylon. Oh, okay, yeah. So Scan's saying he made the second pylon before the forge, so his
That
cannon
hurts.
was later than it should have been.
That's funny. I didn't know about that. I didn't realize that.
I didn't pay. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense because that. I thought he was gonna be like, yeah, the casters are throwing you under the bus. I'm like, don't you dare tell him that.
Well, yeah. I mean,
No,
I feel like
mean,
that was
that's
if you were to go
why-
back and watch the replay, you would see that it wasn't like that was.
Yeah, that's
that
why
was-
he didn't drop that second cannon then because
Yeah.
it was already
That's
like,
that's
oh,
okay
my
to.
timing's off and shit. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a basic mistake. I mean, that stuff happens, right? He just
Well-
wasn't thinking about it.
yeah, and he wouldn't have even had to make the second cannon in the first place if he had had his timing right. So yeah, so that makes sense. I get it.
I mean, I've lost games before that are just crazy, where I know I'm ahead, and then I realize I never made a gas or like my second gas or something, and suddenly I realize I'm behind, and then you just lose off of that because you don't have the your timings.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean that stuff happens. But so we see I mean, I guess this isn't early, but it's gonna put a forward pylon. So I'm wondering, is he just going for? I mean, the pylon scout. What do you think? This might be. Is he gonna go for another gas steal? Because if he first scouts this is a possibility.
Yeah, it could be a gas steal because I can kind of tell because when you scout into this bottom right base, the Vespian Geyser's at the top of the base, which makes it easier to get in and steal. So this is a pretty common timing to go in and try to do that.
Getting really lucky then, Stan. Assuming he goes for this gas steal. I don't really know why else you would go for such an early. Why else you would go for such an early scout unless you're wanting to go for the gas steal, or maybe just confirm there is no 8 racks. So I feel like this actually could be a pretty strong 8 racks map.
Yeah, it could be, especially against the builds obviously we've been seeing from Scan, right? Like, once again, this is just so economically greedy, but he's at least this time he's doing it with a paired very quick scout. And you know, he at least can react and follow up in time.
Is he gonna
to
get this
attack.
SCV?
Yeah, and not only all that. Well, no, he's gonna run the SUV. But not only that though, since it's a 3-player map, Scan actually really lucked out on the scouting.
Oh yeah, like I think Scan is just kind of.
Look at these SCVs, bro. It like.
I doubt Scan is very mad about how last game went, but I think he probably wanted to show a better game than that, and so he's probably really lucky that, or happy that he's got the first scout, gets the gas steal, and basically gets to do the build he wanted to do.
He's not mad now because he made the mistake of making that second pylon before the forge. Yeah, I didn't even think about that being a thing.
Yeah, if he starts a cannon right now, there's no way it doesn't get up in time.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 2 Marines out. They're killing the.
Yeah. See.
But did he? I don't think that Terror killed the gas last game. But I think I like Terror's adjustment this game. Instead of saying I'm gonna go kill you, I'm just gonna make my CC on. I think what was that? 21,
I think maybe.
21.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not that early, I guess, but it's like he's gonna have it up at a decent timing.
Look at that pro control.
Terror also made the fastest second gas I've ever seen. That is natural. I've never seen that. It's bizarre.
I don't know.
That's just too fast. I think that's just a mistake.
I think he took it because the timing that he needed the 100 gas for the 200 minerals was coming up. And he's like, I'll just make my gas in my expansion without actually thinking, oh, my expansion's not up yet.
Yeah, it's not like Zerg where
Kind of a nerd
you almost
moment.
always have that second expansion up really fast, so you can afford to sometimes take the gas there, but...
Yeah, maybe. That core's almost up for scan, so we'll get a better idea of what type of tech he's trying to get to here in a second. Meanwhile, that is just such a fast gas for Terror. I'm really interested to see what he's going to do with this extra gas.
What kind of options are on the table? Like, I'm guessing instead of heavy vulture play, you might go for a really strong tank push, or maybe drops and tanks? I don't know. Or maybe drop mine.
Earlier upgrades, even, something like that. Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. I really...
Yeah, so game looks pretty even. Scan is up in supply. Haven't gone for the greedier opening, but Terror bringing some interesting adjustments here. Going for the Academy. So he's going to get free intel, but he's also going to need to be very judicious with his use of scans in case of Dark Templar.
What I was going to say, I was talking without hitting my button. Oops. Like, why these guys keep talking over me? What the hell? Is your third base easy to take on this map as Terran?
I think it's like it's easy in that it's a pretty close proximity to your natural, but there's a high ground above for him.
I was about to say, is the third base for him to the left or above? I'd say above, right?
You're talking. It's above the
Terran.
Yeah,
Terran.
sure.
Yeah, okay.
It's always above. Yeah, you usually want to expand like up that way.
Well, that would, if it's fairly easy, that would be his play this game, to get that quick third base. Because you're already a little bit behind Protoss, in the sense that your CC was later and your tech was later.
Yeah,
so,
I totally agree with you. And that's what we saw Dandy do. It worked pretty well here. Yeah. Just get that earlier third command center, especially when you know Protoss can't really like pressure at the moment.
Oh, double armory already. So it looks like Scan wants to get a really strong mid-game timing. Yeah. So what are you thinking? 2-1 around the let's see, if he started already.
No, he's gonna go at 1-1. I'd say, because he did those armories both at the same time.
Yeah, or actually 2-2. It could be a 2-2. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe it might be a 2-2.
I think it's gonna be 2-2. I don't think he has the factory count. He's going to have the factory count to have nothing army in time.
Yeah,
I think it's going to have to be 2-2.
Yeah, I think it's got to be like 2-2. We also still don't see the starport though. He's got to get that started pretty quick.
So, I mean, we're probably looking at like a, what, 12 minute, you think? I don't know the timings on how long the upgrades take for Terran, but are you thinking like 12 to 14 minutes? We'll see a push?
If they do it like perfectly on time, it's like 9:30, 10, I think, for 2-2, but we're not seeing the starport, so that's really what's gonna inhibit the timing. Because
Okay.
he needs a science facility to start 2-2. That's how the armory works.
Whoa, scan!
So yeah, that was unfortunate. But yeah, you need to have a starport and a science facility, or you can't research 2-2. So okay, we are seeing a starport
Right.
at the bottom. So science facility is only going to be a little bit late, but I would wager those 1-1 upgrades are almost complete here pretty soon.
Also, really liking Terra's building placement here at the bottom. Like, you cannot run DTs behind the mineral line from the bottom, or Zealots or whatnot. There's very limited drop space down there, so
Yeah, there definitely is very limited drop space.
So, yeah, I mean, we see no indications for a third or that he wants to take a third. Just, I think Terra's just going to keep powering on 2 bases here. Getting his upgrades, adding in the factory, he's going to start making... do you think we're going to see just 3? I would think we would see at least 4 factories. And maybe... Is he just going to stay on 1 add-on, you think?
This is
I feel like
I think
double
he's going to
armor.
go up to more add-on, more factor pretty soon. I would assume he gets up to probably 4 fact and then takes his 3rd base or something like that. And then he's even going to then sit on the 3rd base for a while before he moves out. So he's just
Yeah.
doing this very slow and methodical, making sure he has those upgrades queued up, because he knows that, like, the only thing that really matters is that, like, 2-2 timing or 3-3 timing when you're Terran. There's no way Protoss trades efficiently against 3-3 mech. So he's just saying, you know what, this is going to be a long game. I'm going to get the delayed 3rd, I'm going to get a delayed 4th, but you're not going to be able to attack into me at any point.
Yeah, and I would think you'd want more tank count for that push.
For sure.
But again, we see the triple Stargate coming out from Scan, so we know he's going to commit to the carrier tech path. Unless he goes for some wild triple Stargate Arbiter, but I don't think that would be
D-Web.
ready in time. So
D-Web.
D-Web. Well, you need.
Yeah, the D-Web play.
Unfortunately, D-Web affects Protoss ground as well. So, oh wow, an Obstinate Scan.
Like a
there.
perfect scan. Jeez, that was nice.
Sees a triple Stargate. He knows what's going on here. So do you think he's gonna go for is 2-2 done yet? I think it should be done
No.
or almost done. Okay.
I'd say it's half. I'd say 2-2's half.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be a little bit for sure.
So it looks like Terror U is just opting to go for to get the 3rd base behind this, and I mean, I think that's the right call. I think if he were to just go right now, he might get some damage, but he doesn't have the Goliaths. The first carriers would be out in time to defend something. Scan's growth is a bit of a problem for Terror U, however. I mean, he's on 4 bases now, so I would not dislike seeing him going to try and secure that high ground and trying to get a position, but I think he's just going for the safer play here, and I totally don't blame him for that. He's got, was that 7 fact?
Yeah, 7.
So there's gonna be churning out Goliaths here. Like, 6 factories making Goliaths and Vultures, and then 1 making tanks. He's gonna have a really good answer for Scan's army, I think. However, this is sorry, Ascension, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Ascension.
Ascension. So Ascension, it's if you don't watch yourself, the carriers can just fly into your main, fly back out, fight your army, fly in your main. So,
Hey, fellas, let me ask you something. What do you think Terror's odds are of winning this game? I love Terror. I think he's an awesome player. He's probably my favorite foreign player, but dude, he doesn't stand a chance this game.
Yeah, he feels he definitely feels a little behind, and I think he doesn't recognize that his 3rd isn't started. But I mean, if he had a faster third, you know, he might be able to pull something off. But he's definitely behind at the moment.
I'm a little confused why he hasn't started the third. He's floating quite a bank here. Off
Yeah.
7th fact too. I'm not sure why he has a bank. Is he transferring? What is he doing?
Oh, this might be broken.
Is it a replay?
No, this is live.
It breaks. It breaks
Oh,
occasionally,
yeah.
like super rarely. But I think the game is
Oh
broken.
man. Tell them to
Yeah, like
save
it can't be like, yeah.
Tell
Like,
hey Ox, pause the game. Tell them to save it and then reload it, and you all three like. You can message them on Whisper.
I don't know if that works, to be honest with you.
Tell them to pause the game.
like
You-
why is this tank just running? Yeah,
Different
exactly. Like
systems.
there's some really weird things going on here.
I bet they got
the game's
D&D
definitely
on.
broken.
D&D.
I mean,
Just try to
don't
message them to pause it.
yeah, that's so funny.
Yeah, this has to be a replay bug. The scouting
it's
carrier,
not
the
a
scouting
replay
tank.
bug. It's a
Well,
It's-
yeah.
It's definitely broken. Yeah.
observer bug. Can anybody message him?
I don't
not
know
in
if
the game.
telling them to pause will help, right? Like, I
Yes,
don't
it
think
will.
there's a way to view this.
Yeah, hold on.
That's observer. I believe you can. Oh wait. Actually, no. I think you're right. Actually, this with the remastered observer, you can't.
Yeah, you can't play from replay on remastered.
That's
So
rough.
I think they just have to play it out, and we get the results. To be honest with you.
That's unfortunate too. I kind of wanted to see how this played out.
Sure.
It wouldn't be a.
Okay.
It wouldn't be an A bug cast if it wasn't a observer bug, right?
Yeah, right.
Dude, I was tripping balls, man. I just missed a scan.
I was like staring like daggers at the third base, like, why is a command center not going up there for like 10 minutes? I was-
No, it should be okay. Because they're still playing the game.
I don't know. This is super rare. I never see this. So
It's funny that this happened to me last time, I think, or the time before last. We actually casted with me.
hmm.
And I was
Yeah,
like,
did it
what
really?
the hell is
Shoot.
going on? And
Okay,
they had to
okay.
tell me what it was.
Huh,
But
that's
they're still
bizarre.
playing the game, so they could save the replay.
Yeah, it should look like a normal game to them, obviously.
Well, we know those Dragoons are still alive at this point in the game.
I'm gonna
Otherwise, they wouldn't
see
be
what,
moving.
They wouldn't be moving. Yeah.
Yeah.
Terror. Is Terror streaming this right now? He is not. Okay.
Yeah. I say
He's
just
not.
mode out of this replay screen so we don't see who leaves first or anything like that.
He has. The stream is on a different screen.
Okay, good. Yeah, well,
Dandy?
not only that is because you don't want the gamers to be distracted at all or think, oh, we need to leave the game because the observer left it. I did on Discord, but just they're both
Well-
on D&D, I guarantee you. So just let them play it out. 'Cause no one's
I'll
getting-
log in and see if I can let them know. 1 second. If
I-
they have no D&D on BattleNet, I'll message
Well,
them.
I mean, there's no point though, is what I'm saying, because otherwise that's just gonna make them second guess. You know, should they play the game or not? Just let them play until one of them leaves.
No, that's fine.
I
Alright.
stopped watching.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
You
fact
mass
that it's
Corsair.
this long is like pretty epic. Shoot. I know, right?
Yeah.
Gosh, I can't wait for the day when everyone's playing on shield battery. At least we won't have these freaking ladder bugs. Everyone having to leave after every single ladder game and re-enter Brood War at the moment is so annoying.
Was that the new bug right now?
Yeah, it started this last week. Every game of ladder I play at the moment, at the end of the game, the graphics minimize to like the old school StarCraft 4x3, and you can't click play again on ladder. You have to completely rejoin Brood War and just to play the next game. It's really bizarre.
Yeah,
But
like
only
if you
on
were
ladder
just...
for some reason.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's only like one dev.
Yeah, I mean, is there even a dev? That's actually
There used to be a
better
like a dedicated
I think Blizzard fired them. I think at the beginning of this year they lost the classic Blizzard Classics team. So
yeah.
now we get one community manager that's split between multiple titles.
Man. Yeah, I don't know how much you want to say about the developer on stream, but it's it will be nice to have a third party.
Yeah, I mean, or a small team dedicated to such a powerful title.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. It just feels like
Just
you only need that much. You basically just need some basic maintenance and and maybe a little bit of map rotation every like. I don't think most people care as much if there's like not additional content like, oh, I want a new like profile picture, but they do want, a reliable game experience.
Yeah, definitely. Must be a pretty epic game.
On D&D, I believe, so unfortunate.
Yeah, sure. So how's this gonna work? Are we gonna know the score after this, or are we gonna do the replay at the end, or?
I don't know. I mean, that's Ox's call.
Yeah, I guess so.
I would like to watch the game, but I would rather them not have to wait for us to cast it. And if we already know the result, then I mean, I'm okay just continuing the series. Personally, I feel like that's probably
just continue the series.
That's the most considerate way to do it, and
yeah,
right, yeah, definitely.
I wouldn't leave it. I'm not looking at it. I'm just literally I have it minimized, so yeah.
Yeah, I've got it minimized until you change it.
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
So this was game 2, I believe. No, 3. This was game 3.
Yeah, game 3 with Terror being up 2-0. I gotta say, this wasn't like the dominant opener we saw out of Terror the first 2 games. So, yeah, Scan definitely putting it all on the line this game, I felt like.
Yeah, well, hoping to have a we'll have a result here soon, and then we can get back to showing the games live. So sorry for the technical difficulties.
That's all good. So it goes.
Yep.
I wonder if we're gonna keep seeing more Protoss here from Scan. He was saying something about picking the opposite race matchup, or I think the most, I forgot what word he said in chat, but like the most like least favorable matchup per map, I think is what he was trying to go for with his off-race selections.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't make any sense because
That doesn't
Protoss is good on Eclipse. And
yeah,
they're definitely not bad on Ascension. I don't know.
I think he was just trying to. What I saw was, I don't know. I don't necessarily want to.
Just get in his head a little bit.
I don't know. He. I know Scan's the type of guy that would like to just, show educational games or fun games, not necessarily just always play the most optimal to win.
Yeah,
Which is fun to watch. Like, I think there's like a level, there's like a range where you play troll games, you can only win up to a certain level, and then people who play the most optimally just tend to beat you. But then at the very, very, very highest, suddenly, if you always only play optimally, it almost is you lose your edge, because then you need to start throwing in suboptimal builds that will catch them off guard. So it's
yeah. That's how metas are built, you know, around like expectation and, you know, what's currently going on more likely on a particular map. But yeah, kind of crazy. So much to balance. Man, it must be a pretty epic game. It's still going on.
Dandy's still hosting, but or screen sharing with us. So yeah, I don't know. I feel bad for our viewers not able to actually see. I'm looking, but you know, it's probably a pretty epic game if it hasn't ended yet.
Yep.
You guys should be able to blind cast this. Tell us
Yeah,
what's happening
I
right now.
feel like there's some scouts flying into Dandy's 7th base right now. And
SCV's being storm dropped. There's siege tanks sieging, vultures laying mine. It's a real battle of the ages.
you can almost just say that, and you could almost get away with casting any PvT. You're just like, yeah. There's vultures lying mines here. Oh, some zealots walking through the minefield into the tanks. All the zealots are dead. The goons are pulling back.
Yep. Shoot.
I do appreciate watching Scan go for carriers these two series.
Yeah.
I feel like arbiters, they've just kind of gotten this reputation for being like the standard, but I like watching arbiters, but it's very infrequent that I see really good arbiter play. And I'm sure Scan can do some. I mean, even though he's off racing, I'm sure he can still do some good arbiter play. But I'm not a fan of arbiters unless someone actually has a really good use of them.
Yeah, even though they've always been the standard, growing up playing with G5, I've always loved carriers, and I've known that like high level carrier play is really what separates, like, you know, the top 4 in Protosses for sure. But man, carriers can just be devastating to Terran if you have the control that it takes.
Sure. Like the kind of the difficulty I have with the arbiters specifically is if it is fun to watch the strategic play of where they recall, when they recall, which units they put in stasis, forcing Terran to scan all the time. It's all fun to watch, especially the play between carriers and science vessels and arbiters. But a lot of the time when I see arbiters played, they, you know, oh, I stasis the tank and 2 vultures, and then Protoss army just dies, or a bunch of arbiters just run in. And I mean, one series we watched was where the Protoss player went for arbiters, I think, every game, and for the most part, the arbiters were just using their attacks. Like, they weren't even casting abilities for the most part, like stasis. Or if they would cast a stasis, it wasn't that great, and they would just sit there attacking tanks.
Yeah.
And sometimes getting tank kills, which was a little weird, but still, like, if you're making arbiters to do a 10 attack damage attack on ground, it's not very good.
No, not at all. I think most players tend to go arbiter because in general it's just a little easier to use. Like, it's just a single unit, flies over your army, you can kind of keep it all together. You know, it's got a couple spells you can use. And
Build
I
up
mean,
strong as well. Like you don't have this weird transition where you're really weak.
yeah, very true. You're never really like super vulnerable. In fact, like arbiters make a lot of the Terran timing pushes so difficult to execute. Just because you force out so many scans if you use your arbiter right, and so it's kind of the safer option in a way. But man, carriers, if you go straight carriers, their value just like exponentially grows. I feel like they're very very good.
Sure. I don't know if we want to announce it yet. I know we're gonna see the scoreboard though as we're continuing the series, so I would think we're fine to do that, but and just watch the replay afterwards.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, yeah, we're not gonna spoil it, so.
I did not.
No, I did, but still.
Yeah, it's all
They, I mean, eventually, assuming unless the series, we're not gonna. Whoever wins the last game, we're gonna know they're the winner. So.
I mean, we'll just cast it at the end. I don't think we necessarily need to know. I don't know, because they're just not being shown.
Well, we're not. Are we going straight to 7 games regardless, or are we gonna do a best of?
We're gonna cast this game, the game that just happened, at the very end, I think.
Yeah. All right. So next map, I believe will be Good Night.
That was a hell of a long game.
All right.
Yeah, that was almost 30 minutes.
Yeah. Yep. It's pretty epic. I don't think so. That's just the ladder bug that I was talking about earlier. I think it's fine. I think it's just one of those super rare things that happens occasionally. And if rep crash,
I'm not aware that it is.
It shouldn't be broken for players.
Because the players kept playing, so I would imagine
They
the
need to send it
observers.
to you in a new map name though. Or just
Yeah.
start it.
usually I think those are map related bugs.
Yeah.
So I think it would only happen on Ascension or whatever.
I don't think the lag plays a part, right? And why the game state would be corrupted. I mean, it happened to ASL offline too, so. Like, was it like a couple seasons ago they had to restart a game because it broke? The game literally just broke.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Huh.
I think they have multiple observers for ASL. I don't think it's just one. So. But anyways, I don't know. We can, look at that for next game if you want, but anyways, upper right we have in the purple or magenta Terran, we have Terror U going for the, it's like a pretty standard opening.
And at the bottom right, as the teal Zerg, we have Scan.
Now,
Scan.
interesting thing, Scan has not sent out a drone for the 12 patch yet. Okay, there it goes. Okay. I was gonna say his build's looking a little weird here, but okay, looks like it's gonna be a traditional 12 hatch, right on time.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be 12 hatch and then 12 drones, probably a pool or gas, maybe even next. Like the standard is pool first, but
I think he's going pool next. Yeah. Wait, no, he's going. Is he going 3 hatch before pool?
he might be going to the Ash before pool.
I want to see it, but he's getting first scouted, so this
No,
could be.
he's going to pool right now.
This is a 2 racks opener.
But it's 14
well.
hatch, I believe. 13 or 14 pool, sorry.
Phew. That's crazy late.
I thought Terra was going to gas steal him there for a second. If it was a Terran on my ladder games, they would have gas stolen me there.
So Scan actually scouting inside the main, seeing both barracks, so he knows exactly who he's going up against. Still looks like he wants to go 3rd hatchery at a 3rd base against 2 racks. I find that kind of surprising.
To answer a chat question here, first game Scan went, what's the second game he was Protoss, first game he was Zerg. Yeah, okay, so this is, and then game 3 he went Protoss again, so he's just been alternating races basically.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to really be like a rhyme or reason to it. He's just kind of picking whatever he feels like.
Kakaru. I know, right?
Yeah.
What's your favorite neutral creature? I think my favorite might be the Ursidon, but there's also there's the Scantipede, the Kakaru, the Ragnasaur, Ursidon.
I always like the Kakaru just because it's one of the flying ones. I don't know, something cool about that. There was a. It does speed away. There was a while where I remember I would make queens and I would parasite Kakaroos on the map for vision, thinking it was like, oh, the smartest thing you could do. Like,
I know, right? Or even better yet, when you're Protoss and you just mind control them.
yeah.
Oh yeah, and then there's a Bengalas. That was the other one too.
Yeah,
That's right.
Bengalas.
I love that one map that was out for a little while where it had just Ursidons all over the place. Polypoid had it? Oh. Well, there was always that one that would just sit at your 3rd base and make taking your 3rd really hard. But anyways, we see here a really big timing. Scan should have seen this, but he seems to think his speedling numbers are enough.
Yeah, he's got a lot of speedling too, but this is 2 fire bats. I'm a little worried. He's making a lot of things though. Oh my gosh, those fire bats are just perfectly positioned.
Yeah, I wanted to see a
I was
sunken.
watching the wrong screen. I'm like, how do they know all this shit that's going on?
I would like to have seen a sunken.
And he's
anchor the defense.
I was saying it from the start. This is not the build you open against 2 racks in main. Like,
these drones are actually going to transfer and cut off. But, man, you better not let those 2 fire bats get.
Ooh, really good control though. Oh wow, this is really good drone control by Scan. Picking out the reinforcements too. If he just pulls back, wait for the last round of lings, and Scan actually is not out of this yet, but
he's hurting pretty bad.
he is hurting though. He's definitely behind regardless of the outcome now, but
Now that kind of stinks. He's got that medic block there. You can't break that. You better stop these fire bats.
Ooh, here we go, fire bat time.
Boy, imagine if those fire bats got down to the bottom. Those drones were stacked.
where did that money
Yeah,
come
that
from?
would've been nuts.
Yeah, this situation is really awkward because there's not really a good way to trade effectively against those Marines. Now that he has speedlings, it does get better, but
I mean, there's just no tech at all.
You can't.
And medics have 1 armor, so he hates doing that, actually. Oh my gosh, they still live. That hurts. I mean, Scan has 500 gas that he can't spend. Scan's just in a horrible spot.
Oh,
and
the
Terra
vulture comes
Vulture.
out. That's gonna be GG, man. There's no way, right?
Yeah, there's no way. This one's over.
I mean, if
these
like
2 fire bats and Marines get through.
if Terra you just like accidentally like selects all his SCVs, So Terra just like accidentally selects all his SUVs and hits stop, and then just sit there for a minute. Then Scan maybe has a
Or
shot.
like
at this
stack
game.
them on top of each other. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll tell you what, if he accidentally attack moves with all his SUVs, he'll probably win too right now. Oh man.
Look at this.
I'm surprised he
bullshit.
actually didn't do that stack real early.
No, there's no
but-
reason to. I mean,
But there's
oh
a
my
Wraith
God,
out. He's
the
getting GG when he sees
Wraith.
the Wraith.
It's just over. Yeah, he just can't hit.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, right?
Yep.
GG. Wow, man.
Tear's tearing it up, son.
Telling
Yeah,
you,
so that's both games that Scan's gone for Zerg. Terror U has just gone for a really aggressive bio opening into Starport, Vulture, and then Wraith. So I feel like Scan really did not need to lose that quite in that fashion. He knew the move out was happening. He had time to put a sunken in, and really with just one sunken at the natural, he would have held.
Yeah, he.
Again, I mean, maybe I know Scan's a very good player, and people like Soma or whatnot may have said, "Oh, I can hold that without a sunken," but he is off racing a Zerg, so it doesn't hurt to put it down a sunken. And
I get the logic behind it though, because he was technically on 3 bases. What you see a lot of times is Terran scouts the sunken, and then they go attack the 3rd or whatever, and it's so expensive to have 2 sunkens in that particular scenario. So a lot of the times they just try to go pure ling and just overwhelm. But yeah, a sunken definitely, it definitely would have been the way to go that game for sure.
we're gonna see here. We're just working out some of the technical side real quick. Okay, looks like we'll continue with one observer. All right. Yeah, I mean it's very unlikely it'll happen. If this was like I don't know. I think there are some cases where having a second observer is really good, but I think the chances of it happening are very low, and it's not. It's unfortunate if we can't watch it, but it's not that we can't watch it live, but it'll be fine.
Alrighty. Well, we have spawning here at the bottom left side of Polypoid as the Magenta Terran. We have Terror currently up 3-0 in the series. Who would have guessed? Definitely not me.
Well, I knew. See, I feel like Terra's the better player, just by a little bit, but
Okay.
he's playing Scan on the tail end of his day. Well, the tail end of his morning, I should say. Scan's tired, bro. He's so tired right now.
His day being morning, as in he was probably up all night.
Yeah, he definitely was. Like, they should have told us.
Yeah, you might be right.
Well, thanks to
I mean-
Scan for coming out here and playing these games for us to watch. So,
Oh, for
we
sure.
see a really nice early gas here, like gas on 9. What do you think this is gonna be?
This has got to be for the fastest Vulture of all time. This is a really unique build order that I haven't seen in a long time. He's actually got that gas before Depot, if you notice, which is just nuts.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going for a Vulture run by, and he just wants to get one Vulture inside the Zerg's base and just get it there so freaking fast. He's even going to proxy the factory. So he, as long as this doesn't get scouted or whatever, he should be good to go. But we see a
Wait,
drone going
Scan's
straight
scout,
for
cross scout.
He's gonna see it.
The luck.
How does he have him red like this? Like, he doesn't scout on some maps, but man, drone
What on earth?
at the factory
my
before
God.
the pool even goes down.
You
Yeah, you have to
cancel it,
commit.
and then you
No,
have to
he does. You
fight.
can't cancel it. You can't cancel it.
Factory. I'm talking about SCV. Stop doing that and just.
No, you can't do that. I mean, on this ping maybe, but the drone will kill
See,
both
now they
SCVs.
both gotta send.
Well,
send
I'll say,
another.
He's getting super lucky with this drone or this SCV pull.
He brought another drone too. What on earth? You just
Yeah,
repair the
wouldn't you?
SCV. Okay.
Yeah, I think he could have pulled it off even.
Honestly, he doesn't need to. He just needs to make a couple lings and a sunken. And he'll be totally fine.
But it's not gonna do anything. Like this factory's gonna finish.
I mean, this is forcing a lot, though, to be fair, right? 3 drones being pulled.
You have to make a sunken right now.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
gonna make
exactly.
a sunken
That's
right
already
now.
be started, and it is okay.
Yeah, and his pool is almost done. He'll have lings in time. He should. Honestly, I would say I don't think you need to make a sunken in your main. You just need to have enough lings to make sure that ramp stays blocked.
No, 2 links. Honestly, 1 link because the vulture can't make it past there.
It's
not
you
unless
can,
somebody
you
ran in front of
can, you can, but it's a little sketchy to try to leave 1 ling there. Oh, he needs to pull these. No, yeah. This is a bait. He can't pull. Oh, Scan. The body block's good. Oh, awesome play by Scan. Okay.
GG's called.
Wow.
Alright, Terror taking game 4.
That was really, I don't really know how Scan knew that, because that's the first time he's cross-scouted this series.
He
Or
must
last series.
really know Terror or something. Like, that's how I read that. It's like, man, he really knows that Terror loves this build on this map, because there's no other way to call that, you know? Like, that was just, man,
Well,
that was
I mean,
a
when you got a
guess.
3-0 lead like that, you're not gonna play standard after playing that long ass game just a minute ago.
Yeah, probably not.
It's just mind games, man. It's just mind games amongst smart people.
Yep.
So it looks like we're gonna have Wavelet for game 5. I think we're on game 5 now. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, the map order is a little bit. Okay, confirmed. We're gonna go Largo for game number 5.
Largo's a good map. I think
So
it's
do you think we're
definitely-
gonna see Scam Protoss again, or do you think maybe we'll see another?
Yeah, I think he's sick of playing Zerg. He's probably gonna play Protoss now.
Yep, he is playing. He has picked Protoss.
Alright, PvT, here we go. Largo.
All right, spawning bottom right in the magenta Heron, we have Terror U up 4-0.
And spawning at the bottom left, as the red Protoss, we have Scan.
All right, so let's see. Against Dandy, Dandy took the game on this map. Pretty good map rotations, controlling the middle of the map. Granted, Scan was going for a, I won't call it a troll build. It was a valid build, but it wasn't. It was a build that's easy to throw away a lead with the mass shuttle and reavers. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
the
not sure.
delayed range and all that, definitely.
But we've got an 8 racks. The Terror really bringing on the aggression this series. I don't. Let's just see what build Scan goes for. Let's see. This would be his his 3rd game as Protoss in the series. And okay, yeah. So this 8 rack shouldn't do anything.
Yeah, this is looking pretty standard from Scan so far. Gateway in the main, you know, usually just simple Zealot and some probes with like good control can kind of stop this aggression. But I still like that he's doing it, you know. What we've seen from Scan's Protoss so far was a lot of like macro cheese, you know, quick nexuses, you know, even into like Forge, and then skipping gateway tech altogether. So it's kind of nice to see that, Terra's pressing this possibility, but unfortunately, he's just not, just didn't pay off this game.
So see first Marine moving out towards the center of the map, and scan. Terryu does confirm scan starting location. Also secures his gas, so we should see. It's not going to be a gasless expand, so we should be able to see some level of map control from Terryu, I'd expect. What do you think when you see the Terran get the gas up early as opposed to the gasless expand?
I think it's safer. I think getting a factory on time is really one of the big things in preventing any type of aggression from Protoss, as well as it just like keeps open the majority of the possibilities. When you stick yourself into defending a command center, you really have no aggression potential for quite some time. Whereas Scan at the moment still needs to play pretty scared, pretty wary, and he needs to get some type of scouting info in. So that's why these Zealots are coming in here, and good aggression here from Scan so far.
Oh, he actually traps the Marines. Alright.
Yeah, that was a really nice trap.
And the second Zealot's here already, kills the SCV, so yeah, the big thing for Terryu is going to be, can he get, he does finish the really good SCV blocking here from Terryu, and he will get the Vulture out in time. So at least with some decent control, Terryu will be just fine here. He's just going to try to not lead any SCV kills.
Yeah, this has been some excellent control as well from Scan, though. He's keeping so many of these SCVs tied up. Kills off the last Marine as well. Forces the Vulture to try to defend. And he might even take down the bunker at the natural here. Yes, he kills the bunker and backs off with that Zealot. That's huge.
Yeah, with his Dragoon on the field now, like, does he have any chance of holding this now?
He can, but I mean, he's going to need to use SCVs. He's going to need, those Vulture numbers up. It's just scary whenever you're fighting Vultures into Dragoons here.
It's like a Vulture on the field, but I feel like you need like 3 or 4 probably to fight a Dragoon, right?
Yeah, I'd say 3 or 4 minimum. Fortunately, Scan seems content with just, applying a little bit of pressure to the barracks, backing off. But at the moment, Terra is definitely on the back foot.
Rope bay complete. Scan should have the resources to start a support bay here momentarily, if he's choosing to go that route. So you see that's a gateway. Second gateway.
Yeah.
So yeah, just kind of waiting to see what his next tech path is here. So he is going for Reavers, presumably.
Okay.
Unless really fast speed, but that's got to be Reavers, right?
It's got to be Reaver. He's playing pretty aggressive here. And we see a second factory inside the main for Terror. So he's actually meeting aggression with aggression. Scan wins out in the build order here. There's just no way a 2-fact timing is going to break 2 gateways and Reaver tech. It's really kind of built to destroy this.
So with the starport being thrown into the mix here, is there? Do you think this is just for upgrades, or do you think that he's going to try and get like a Wraith out to chase the, or is he going to go
shuttle? He
shuttle,
probably
yeah.
will get a Wraith out to chase the shuttle, is my guess.
Yeah. I would think so too, because if you're making, and you're on one base, I feel like going for turrets just feels like a huge waste. Like one Wraith is just more economical than turrets, right? So
yeah, as well as it has the bonus of being able to move around. It can chase things down. So
yeah, because on one base Terran, you don't want to have your armies having to stay in your base to defend a Reaver. You want to be able to have options. So I feel like the Wraith gives you those options. If he was on 2 base, sure, he can turtle, but 1 base, you got to get something done. I don't think he's confirmed that Scan is also on 1 base, but as the game progresses, I feel like 1 base will favor Terryu. But for the time being, like, it feels like Scan is in the driver's seat this game.
Yeah. I think with the drop ship, I think it's going to switch pretty quickly. lot more versatile vultures.
Is he going dropship?
See,
If he knows his one base, you should not go.
D&D Ox, gosh.
I do not
Alright,
like
big
this run.
vulture
Okay.
mine timing. Yeah, I don't
Oh,
think.
actually,
That was
okay.
good.
Actually, that wasn't
Connection.
bad.
That was great. No, that was great. I mean, vulture 75 fucking minerals for 125 minerals and 50 gas.
Yeah.
Those are
That,
even.
that wasn't bad. Okay, actually, I'm kind of liking dropship play now that I see what he's doing with the mines.
No, it's-
Because if you can get in, mine the ramp, or mine around the gateways, maybe
I
drop
mean,
a siege tank in, like, that's actually pretty strong. Like,
it's being scouted though. Like,
Yeah, he sees it's happening. He's got observers out. He's just gonna start queuing up observers at this point because he knows he's ahead. Terra has not started a CC yet. Like, this is almost an all-in play. And if
it's
it doesn't
pretty
play
much an
out-
all-in. I think
Yeah.
it's fair to say it's an all-in.
Yeah.
Like, there's no natural follow-up. Like, I mean, Terra's completely committed here. Scan's just too smart. He's not going to see a dropship like that and not defend drop completely. So here we go. Dropship going in. One vulture gets unloaded. No damage. Not a big committal either. Saves the dropship. That was nice.
Yeah, but what else is there? I mean, so this is gonna turn into a push. The Wraith is gonna be support against the shuttle, but I just don't think he has enough. Even okay, so he's gonna try the dropship again at the bottom, but it's getting picked off, man. Like, there he goes. He's got a cannon down, like it did
a
nothing.
little prematurely, too. Like, you'd want to run that in right as your tanks reach the natural, so that way you can split the army. But again, like, he's got
Here we go. Big engagement. Good spreading from Scan. Reaver moving in.
Oh, the Wraith! Why?
It's really hard to micro one race against this army. Like, ooh, Scan just smacks that down. Yeah. GG's called. Scan takes the series 4-1.
Yeah. It's 2-3. So
Yeah, it's
Terra's
2-3.
at Scan's at 2 now, and Terra's at 3. Yeah, closer series. Scan definitely making a comeback now.
Nah, I mean, for all we know, it could be 4-2 or 3-3. Until we
Yeah.
find out the results of that other match.
Exactly.
And what a long and strong match that turned out to be, like a long game.
I know, man.
So it's kind of like the grand finale, you know.
For sure. It's like the icing on top. I mean, especially TVP. I love those,
Yeah.
big bruiser, late game TVP carrier, versus siege tank Goliath timing.
You know what? We've not seen him use arbiters yet. That's very surprising because Protoss and arbiters are just.
Yeah, man, they love each other for sure. Like arbiters that's like the quintessential late game TVP unit, you'd say, or you'd think anyway. But oh, we're seeing TVT for Game 6 here.
Terra, Scan seems to like going Heron on Wavelet.
Well, maybe so, but now I know he is finishing his series off with Terran. Oh. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Game 2, TVT on Wavelet. So, Dandy went for pretty much pure Goliath versus.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, versus
Scan.
Scan.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how Terror chooses to approach this. Now, they are going to be on cross spawns. Speaking of which, in the bottom right, we have Terror U.
And spawning at the top left as the red Terran once again, we have Scan.
So going on cross position, I don't think that push that Scan made versus Dandy would be as effective.
Yeah,
In
I
this case.
100% agree with you. I mean, there's just so much more distance here. Maneuvering through the middle of the map is like kind of different as well. So like getting cross positions here it just takes quite some time. So I definitely wouldn't expect to see like the same build order opener from either of these guys.
Yeah, and I think when we think of that game, we think it was primarily a tank push, but it really was a 3-fact opener, which could have also been Mass Vulture. So I feel like a 3-fact opener just isn't going to be on the table for either player. I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like we're probably going to see just a standard 2-fact into expansion.
Or maybe even 2-port Wraith. I think Terra's got pretty dang good Wraith control.
Yeah.
It'd be really funny to see him pull out a 2-port Wraith against Scan.
So far, both seem to be going for fairly mirror builds. Scan's choosing to place his barracks close to the ramp, so I don't know if this is defensive, but build-wise, both are pretty much mirroring each other, and I don't really see a solid advantage for either player.
No, it's looking very even here. Like no major differences in build orders. Scan's gas is slightly earlier, Terra's is slightly later, but I think he has quicker SCV, so it's negligible. I will say that the big difference we're seeing is Terra is actually SCV scouting, whereas Scan is opting to keep his SCV inside his main, and thus is like a little more efficient with his mining. I feel like, but it's negligible.
Yeah, like the peace of mind of knowing what your opponent's going for is just like it can be worth, depending on the player and the build you're going for. It can be worth losing a few minerals.
Yeah, it definitely can.
So he sees the liftoff, he sees the factory timing, so he knows, oh, okay, yeah, so he confirms he's going to go for the earlier CC here, so giving up a little bit with that SCV just to get a faster command center here, so I don't know.
That's nice.
Yeah, I think, he's going to delay the CC for Scan as well. Like, if he sacrifices, he's not. Okay. And that's fine, like, he gets a, 40-second advantage on his CC? Like, his CC is a third done by the time Scan's has started.
Yeah, it's definitely, I'd say, advantage for Terra here. You love getting that delay on their command center and having faster natural yourself. So very good by him so far.
Definitely a lot of terror in the love for Terra here in the chat.
Yeah, man. Terra and Dandy, they bring everybody, man. All the fans.
Not to mention Scan too.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing some Scan support out here too. So, but yeah, not to, yeah, definitely. I have noticed though in a lot of games, you generally will always see some cheering for one side or the other, but I feel like most matches are simply like people here are StarCraft fans, not necessarily player fans. They might even be friends with each other, but it's more like, oh yeah, they don't really have a strong preference. But
Yeah.
I feel like with Terror and Dandy, there's a lot of strong fan support. But yeah, we see a little bit of a run by here by Scan, punishing the slightly greedier opening by Terror.
I think he's paying him back for the earlier ZBT games.
Yeah, really good control coming out from Scan, but I mean, when we look, he actually gets the catch.
Nice
Wow.
round.
But it comes at a cost now. We see already a 5 supply lead, roughly for Scan off of that. So, not really sure now if that earlier CC actually is giving him a lead at this point. Again, when you're in an RTS game, you're always balancing aggression with economy, and there's always this this line where sometimes aggression is more economical. So, so then we're kind of seeing that a little here with Scan, but Terry's definitely still in the game. What do you think you'll see the development of the game here? We know we see an armory here for Terror. What do you see as being the path forward here?
I think both these guys are just gonna play like a pretty standard macro game. Armory, they're gonna get that +1. I wouldn't even be super surprised to see something like drop play, just because the distance is so far on the map that drop becomes a little more appealing with these kind of distances. But I also wouldn't be super, surprised to see like a quicker third, just given how far away their bases are and how safe they probably feel this game. But we are seeing faster factories out of Scan. That's kind of indicating, with that quick addition of 2 more factories, he's looking to put on a little bit of pressure. This is not going to be drop play out of him.
So we see the Goliaths coming out here for Terror, and a lot of vultures for Scan.
Yeah, he's just gonna pump vultures.
Yeah, I don't see a very. We're still on 3 factories, right? Aren't we for Terror? I don't even see.
Yep.
Yeah, so.
No add-on either. That's a little unique.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what his plan is here. Like, is he wanting to just power on 3 Fat Goliath for a while and then try to just body the vultures in a fight somewhere, or like, what do you think the plan is?
Seems like, yeah, he wants to just kind of power out Goliaths to fight against mass vulture. There's no add-on on any of those
look at the
factories.
supply difference, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of borderline
That's
crazy.
what I'm
Now,
saying.
I will say
Scan loves
Goliaths are more efficient supply usage than vultures.
but watch
Then it comes
this.
down to a fight, but he doesn't have critical mass of Goliaths yet. Like, it's not at that point where, same in Terran versus Zerg. And why is he running his Goliaths? It feels
case
really
they
risky
chase
to leave here.
Yeah, he knows if he gets caught out on the map, he's not going to win a fight. At least I hope that's what he thinks, because it's the truth.
Yeah,
So-
he definitely can't let these 6 Goliaths get caught out.
No, yeah, and even like Zerg, like in Terran versus Zerg,
Look at
Goliaths need to have a certain number before they're actually effective, and also really good unit clearing mines without scanner. Okay, so so now we see why the supply was so far behind. Terry's opted to wait to pull out 3 tanks.
Yeah, he got 3 add-ons. He's pumping pure tank now, I guess.
Okay. So it looks to me like he's going to try and secure a really strong position on the map that Scan is not yet ready to break. Scan also has 3 add-ons of his own and the superior factory count, but Terry, you're going to have the faster tank count, and since this cross spawn, abusing that fact to get a faster third base. Actually, wait, no, Scan has it too, so yeah, I feel like this is definitely Scan favored. Unless Terra can find some way to use its faster tank count.
I don't think it's the worst for either player. I just think we're getting into kind of a little bit more of a stalemate scenario.
Yeah.
Like, Scan's got quite a bit of vision, which I would say is actually a pretty big advantage. There's hardly any drop chips.
Any drop ship. He's gonna see every drop ship.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna see every dropship that moves out, honestly, which is pretty big. And his units are a lot more mobile, so with big distances on the map, they can kind of react. Like, if Terra gets out of position from his third a little too much, the vultures might be able to sweep in, kill a bunch of SCVs. But at the vice versa, man, like, that many tanks this early from Terra is like a pretty strong wall to push into. Not that Scan could probably really feel like he could at the moment. And the later the game goes, Terra's army is going to be more supply efficient and just resource efficient. So it might end up paying off later the game goes.
See Terror starting to drop facts now, and Scan's opted to take a little bit.
Yeah, it looks Terror's man dropping so many more factories actually.
I don't know if he can support all of those.
Yeah, of all the matchups, I feel like Terran versus Terran. I don't know if it has more comeback potential than ZVT, but I think Terran versus Zerg and Terran versus Terran have the most comeback potential out of the matchups. You know, as far as by that I mean, like it's the matchups that are most likely to have. You know, if you get a good position and take a really good trade, you can just swing the game back in your favor.
Scan sees him moving out now. He might jump these units very soon. If he gets to the middle of the map, I guarantee Scan's going to jump.
Yeah, this is
you
a
can't
really
avoid
weird
that
move
part.
out right here, if you ask me. Like,
He's almost like trying to bait in the vultures or something. I don't know why though. And he sieges
Yeah.
mainly on the low ground too, which is a little odd.
is he trying to set up for a split map?
I think maybe he is. I think maybe he's trying to set up to take his fourth at bottom middle or whatever. But that's just a guess. I don't know.
Looks like an engagement happening in the middle of the map. Potentially. Okay, they're just laying mines. Never mind.
They're both laying mines. It looks like on every route.
It's so confusing sometimes.
Yeah, it really is.
I'm looking like, okay, that's a building, that's a mine, that might be a unit. Okay, so he is going for upper right, it looks like. Or, I'm sorry, 3 o'clock
Okay.
there, so... It makes a little more sense, I feel like. It's closer. But I don't know if you want to split the map that way, and I'm thinking maybe the reason for that position down the middle is just to kind of... So, like, TVT, it's like the one matchup where positioning matters. Like, okay, so positioning matters in all the matchups, but I feel like in TVT is the position where you most want to have this just be as annoying as possible with your positioning. Like, just have this
Choke
position
everything
that
off.
makes everyone feel like, oh, I can't move like I want to.
I think
Look
Scan
at-
is setting up to clear out all these tanks in the center of the map. Man, this could get pretty scary here in a second.
There's a strong drop here too. Like, this is gonna pull Terror's attention. Again, not gonna actually
Yeah,
attack,
that's a big
but
drop.
this is a lot of tanks for. I think Terror has almost double the tank count of Scan.
Yeah.
You could be right.
I don't know. Okay, there's a lot more tanks coming
Not
down, but
anymore.
not anymore. But like,
Fuck you, guy.
I'm kind of thinking that Terror maybe cleared the mines at 3 o'clock just to make Scan think that's where his actual base is going to be, but he's actually setting up to defend this position. I don't know if I like it. Like, this feels very exposed for Terror, trying to defend down here.
Yeah.
The
I
map's
think he's just trying
long.
to sneak in a little bit, get a better position, but kind of cut off the top right of the map from him.
Yeah, anytime you move like this with your army as Terran, you're very weak and exposed. Like, this is just...
Scan needs to siege right here.
Yeah, he's got to siege everything right here. He's also got to pull those vultures back. They're just gonna die.
Terror's losing the whole
Yeah.
supply difference.
Yeah, that was
No,
definitely a
Terror's
better...
throwing all his away. Go up.
I think
See
the
defending
position
that?
is fine for Terror still. He didn't lose the majority. Most of his tanks are still alive.
Yeah.
But he's holding a low ground position, which feels a little bit weird. I don't think that going aggressive is probably the best move for Terror at this point.
I mean, he's kind of containing Scan, which is nice. That's the one thing I'll say. But yeah, there's no way he's pushing into this third at the moment.
Yeah. Supply is actually a little closer though, like less than 20 supply lead for.
Top. Yeah. It's good timing by Terror. Oh, he moved out just in time.
Yeah.
So we're seeing no extra base taken for Terror yet. Scan's already on 4 bases, so he's going to be able to squeeze out. Like, I don't know what it's. what is it, like 1.5 tanks per base? Or I should say like 1.5 add-ons per base. Anyways, this fight here, really bad trade for Terror. Just
Yeah. See if Scan can get a couple good shots in right there.
Yeah, that was really rough
and
for
just
Terra.
like that,
There's just no
Scan.
follow-up plan
Yeah,
from
just like
Terra.
that, Scan taking a 40 supply lead. Like, there's no way Terra can hold this position anymore.
What's Scan's
So
upgrades? I
2-0.
thought he got that +2. That's what's making this big difference.
Yeah, 2-1. Got the faster 2-1 timing, and yep.
GG, yeah.
GG.
So
Well
Scan
played,
playing
Phil.
on his main brings the series 3-3.
As you'd expect, honestly. Someone at Scan's level who's trying to qualify for ASLs every year, like, he's just incredible. But still, Terra gave him quite a fight there. That was very, very nice to watch.
Alright, I sent you the replay.
I'll be right back, 1 sec.
Don't let him talk in the channel. Give away who won. Okay, Tara's gone. No, I don't care about me. I care about the viewers. Well, they're probably on a different screen, huh? Word.
So I think where this replay broke was around because we were. So when we were looking at the series on Ascension, for the game on Ascension, we were discussing how remember Terra had gone for the double armory very early, and we were thinking he would probably go for a roughly 10 or 11
and I think we
minute
should
push.
start it from there, like after the double armory finished, because it looked really fishy there for a while.
Yeah, so it's probably around like what 7 or 8 minutes,
Yeah,
probably.
so just barely click on the beginning of the
I think about 8 minutes. Yeah.
Right there. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see the goons moving out here.
Right.
Yeah. So it was a little after this when we know for sure the game was. Okay. Yeah. Some stuff is already different. Like I don't recall him making a missile turret in that position. So we got 4 gates. Got 3 factories. No third yet for. We got a 4th base started for Scan.
So far, it's the same. But I think we're gonna start seeing a difference real quick because we were all like, "What's going on here?"
Yeah. And I remember Scan. Terror got off the Scan on the 3 starports as well. Okay, so.
Yeah, these vultures run by.
Yeah, this seems about right, actually.
Yeah.
What was getting me was when Terra was like sitting in his third forever and not taking it. I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
I think that's where it was.
When we saw the SCV transfer to the 3rd, but no command center, then you knew something was. And then the scouting tank, the carrier that just flies into the main.
Oh man, big probe transfer caught.
This is that. This is the vulture.
Jeez, look at this. 72 probes at the 9-minute 30-second mark. That's insane. That's really crazy.
So
okay, so that's already different. He didn't have those factories.
Yeah, because he sat on like in the replay we were watching, he had like 3 factories for a long time.
Yeah. I was like, wait, I caught it.
So this is where he moves to take the 3rd. Let's see. He should be taking actually putting the CC down.
Yeah, I think he must be. He's taking the high ground at the moment, which is a really good move here from Terror. Might be able to even pick off a few Dragoons here if he gets some good mine connections. 1 Dragoon going down. Ooh, forced to back up. Oh, needs a few more Dragoons.
Because yeah.
And we see the 3rd command center going down. Very nice. Meanwhile, 3 starport carrier on the way from scan, 3 carriers in production, already with map control, and 40 supply lead. Jeez. This is looking, I don't know, this is looking pretty difficult from Terror here early on. Terror's gonna need to really like defend his main against these carriers.
But the
Carries-
thing that he does have in his favor is he should have 2-2 completed already on Terran units.
Yeah, the tanks and Goliaths and vultures.
Oh, it's not
definitely.
done yet at 11:30.
Well, almost done though. That's
Okay.
a little delayed, but it's well in time for the carriers, I think.
Yeah, the question is like, will he have enough for to actually force Scan to respond in some way? Because if Scan just rolls out with 6 carriers and there's only a couple of Goliaths and he has to sit in his base, that's not the ideal.
Yeah, it's definitely not the ideal. Yeah, he's gonna have to get a lot of Goliaths to really deal with 3-port carrier at the moment. A lot of turrets in the main probably too, just to kind of buffer.
I like this move from Terror, just throwing down a 4th base already.
I think he's just kind of content with knowing, hey, my Scan's got carriers coming along with a sizable ground force. I'm not really going to be able to get aggressive anytime soon. Let's just sit back, start the 4th, and just kind of defend the onslaught as it hits. So yeah, we see the carriers moving to engage the main of Terror here. Additional turrets are going down. Ooh, nice from Scan, already queuing those interceptors up, and goes to work on the first few turrets. Oh, Shuttle joining the fray as well.
This is actually huge because the Zealots will just help kill the turrets faster, and the Goliaths don't want to have to fire. And correct me if I'm wrong, Goliaths prioritize air, so not only are they Goliaths bad at trading with Zealots, but they also have to be individually targeted.
I mean, I think you'd rather target the carriers if you could, but like with Zealots, it's just free, easy minerals you're trading for gas. So any kind of damage they do to Goliaths is always.
He gets to
welcome.
the science facility too, like that's kind of.
Yeah,
Has he started +3? He has started +3 on his
So close.
armories.
Better move those carriers out of the way. Oh man, it's so low. Oh, it died. Wow, he got the science facility, so that will definitely mean 3-3 is delayed if it hasn't started.
It's half done actually.
Oh,
So
okay.
he's in a really good place actually, upgrade wise as Terran. He just. My question is, can he positionally guide this game to a good place?
watch out, Scan.
Like he's
It's
got the
it's
core.
okay.
Yeah, he's got the factory count. He's got the upgrades. The question is just, can he stabilize with this?
Boy. Sorry, he is burning a lot of money of terror though.
And a
Yeah.
lot of attention too. I mean, this main is really annoying to try to defend. Ooh, does get a little out of position. Almost loses a carrier though.
Oh man, he's taking out depots and shit.
Yeah, these Zola drops are like with the carriers are just great.
Yeah, I almost wonder if just having the Zealots trade with the ground units is better than trying to snipe buildings. Like,
Yeah.
Zealots
Yeah,
do
it
kill
is.
buildings, but they're not cracklings. They don't have the same DPS output.
Carriers are though.
Carriers can kill buildings, yeah. And this isn't really meant
Is
to.
he getting Starport too? Oh my
I
gosh.
should have.
But see, that's why Ascension is such a good carrier map, because you have this big, not really 360, but it's a very large green that you have to protect, and it's so far from the entrance to the rest of the map. Like, this is so much of Terra's army that just can't leave his main base.
He's got 6
And-
carriers now.
No, he's got
3 more
9
just
carriers.
popped out. Yeah, 3 more just popped out.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Ooh.
So I
this
think
is
his Terror, like, he is squeezing units. Like, he's keeping just a few in his main. He's squeezed out a pretty strong army. 3-3 is done. He's making 8 Goliaths at a time. He's not out of this, but we're just gonna see how this. Seems like a very early defense matrix in that Goliath. I don't really know what the.
It's just
Yeah,
hoping
so-
that one ends up tanking stuff, I guess. He dematrixed
It
the
lasts a
Goliath
long
in his
time.
main, I think.
It does, yeah.
So I think that one's been dematrixed for a
Remember the original 1998 disruption web
while. No, I don't.
that lasted for like over a minute.
Oh yeah, it did used to last a long
Yeah, we definitely need to bring that back.
Like it used to last a long ass time. I actually think it needs to last just maybe 2 or 3 seconds longer.
Remember when the spawning pool was only 150 minerals?
Yeah, 4 pull rush was unbeatable.
Yeah, literally it was unbeatable. You just could not. You had to be legit way better than your opponent to beat a 4 pool.
That's so funny.
Uh,
Man, this fourth base ends up going down though for Terror, but I
yeah.
think he traded pretty well against the ground. It's just these carriers, man. These carriers are impossible to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Terra's still got a really good, strong core. The problem is just the carriers are so mobile by comparison. He's actually supply blocked. Terra. I mean, he's burning through a lot of the minerals of Scan, though. Like, Scan... I would like to see Terra just commit and kill a base. It's just hard to do because the carriers can move so fast and trade with the main and whatnot, so it's hard to actually do. But like you look at the Protoss army, like he doesn't even need to siege; he can just move. And so much supply is tied up in carriers. Like there's no way Protoss ground can actually contest this. The problem for Terror is his army can only be in one place at a time. The carriers can just ignore all obstructions and just fly. So Terror can drop turrets here and just try to mass turret and slow down the carriers. I like this move, but he's gonna need to keep his bases up and he needs to kill bases from Scan. I think going for the third, and I'd like to see him just go for the main here for Scan. I don't know if that's really smart, but I feel like you've got to find some way to just cripple Scan.
This was just kind of a really intelligent play from Scan. He completely abandoned that third and fourth, pulled all the probes to the top side of the map, knowing he's already got the 2 12 o'clock bases, and he's just delaying. He'll send in like 1 DT at a time, and even if he loses this production in the main, like his economy is just so constant. It's really difficult for Terra to keep up with. So we're seeing a few units being rallied out at a time. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing any DTs, but I guess it doesn't really matter. The carriers are looking to come back and fight. We also have a small ground force from Scan moving top right to delay this fourth as well.
I feel like Terror here, you don't want to overcommit to defending your fourth. Like you're already in Scan's main, you need to make sure your production stays alive. So, I mean, I don't think he's overstepping here, but I think he needs to make sure that this, whatever happens, he needs to make sure he can reinforce the army in Scan's main and be able to protect his third and natural.
You should have taken his carriers with him to attack, and just remade his tech in the top bases.
I don't know. I think
he's still on 3 bases, man.
I think he might
Terror's
be
on
able to
1.
save his main even though with his carrier. Yeah, we see him building DTs now. If he just keeps sending these DTs in one at a time, he might eventually just be able to save this. I mean, he's got to kill the army eventually anyway. Well, he's got 11, 12 carriers. Like they're not bad at trading against Goliaths.
Man, look at these DTs just wreaking havoc. Ugh, love DTs.
Yeah, they're so good. Yeah, he's pulling
Yeah,
all the
like,
DTs
I mean,
back. Scan.
yeah. Terra needs to not lose his Goliaths. If he loses all of these Goliaths, then it's really bad for him.
got some bad news for you. They're all gonna die, man.
At this point, what do you think you should do with Scan? Do you try to go for some just Cloak Wraith play, or...
Oh, you mean DeWalt?
Terror,
Terror.
I think.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's what I meant to
Wait,
say.
get it
Yeah.
wrong
Long
one more
night,
time.
guys. I mean, Cloak Wraith could work. I don't know. He's got to hold the fourth and a fifth somehow. Like, just spam out Goliath and pray that Scan's just going carrier. I mean, maybe even like a Vulture drop at one of the 12 o'clock bases could be pretty good. But yeah, Cloak Wraith could definitely work here, especially because I'm not seeing any observers really around.
Terror's macro is still very strong. He's got a good bank still. Well, he did. His gas bank's strong. Minerals. Thing is, he's only on 2 bases at this point, which is okay for his production, but he's gonna need to start looking at a path forward to getting a 5th base. And Scan still running on 5 bases. So definite economic advantage here for Scan.
But
Not a
we
bad
see
trade for Terra either.
taking the supply lead for maybe the first time in the game. So,
He was actually up in supply when he got into Scan's main, but he wasn't
Okay.
able to. Protoss buildings don't die that fast to Terran.
yeah,
Like, you would think that like siege tanks would kill buildings faster than they do, but they really don't. Money storms here. But this base will fall. But who will? Wait. These Goliaths. If these Goliaths can get 2 carrier kills, I think it's actually a good trade. They will not. So a little unfortunate for Terror, not game ending, but a little unfortunate to lose his reinforcements like that. If I were you as Terran, I would not be moving out with Goliath, just pure Goliath into the middle of the map at this point.
He's getting on top of the production. This
Yeah.
is BGG.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scan's just gonna delete all these factories and prevent any more Goliaths from being built. And he can kind of just delay with DT indefinitely off these bases. I love the probe pulls from Scan. It's a little thing, but man, no one, hardly anyone's as good at pulling probes as what I've seen from Scan today in these games. So we have one
There-
DT plugging away.
3 kills. Here comes a tank kill. 4 kills. 5 kills.
Oh, the storm. Yeah.
Wow.
That's gonna be GG, boys.
Yeah.
Scan's
Terror.
gonna take that
He doesn't have a 5th base. He lost several factories. This is pretty tough. Like, there's really no way to come back at this point.
Let's see. So Terror won the first 3 games, correct?
Correct.
And then Scan took off the last 3 and going on 4. Depending on how this game ends
It's
up.
yeah, it was tied actually if you don't include this game. So whoever wins this game wins the series.
It's looking pretty close, but I think Scan's starting to edge it out a little bit.
Yeah, taking out those 2 factories, 3 factories. That was probably
It's just constant DTs forcing so many scans.
Yeah.
I mean, the 3-3 mech is still very powerful, but the problem is he just can't be where he needs to be.
back in thing.
Yeah, these Protoss units don't have the upgrades, I've just kind of realized. They're only 2 in 1.
No, Scan's always had the more powerful army. It's just he can't be
he's
wherever he
base.
wants. Yeah, he has to defend his main.
Those take out those fast.
Yeah, I honestly would have loved to see just cloaked raids added in. It's easily countered with an observer, but like if you can just find the observer and kill it.
Look at these cannons. They work.
Yeah, those are really nice cannon placement. Jeez. Yeah, these carriers not getting cleaned up anytime soon. Picking off the last turrets so these DTs can continue to do some
He
damage.
never remade his science facility in Starport.
That's so
Yeah.
funny.
That one, that lost him the game because he doesn't have any vision for DTs. He keeps having to scan, but he keeps losing at least a unit per DT. It seems like, you know.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
he
think the
definitely
DTs
is.
are more of an annoyance than anything else. It's an APM drain. The big thing, I think, it's really the carrier positioning that's winning scan the game. The fact that he can be anywhere relatively quickly.
What are these SCVs doing?
Trying to get some extra money, I think.
Yeah. Because all
They're
scan has to
begging-
do,
They're out begging on the map.
scan
Please,
can,
just
scan
let me
made
take
so
this
many.
home.
By the time Terra moved out on the map with his big, 3-3 mech army, Scan had like 10 bases or something
Well,
obscene like that. It was,
I
he
was
could just
hoping
give
for
up
play stuff.
bases. Yeah, he just had to give up bases and just delay as long as possible with DTs and throw away units and storm things and just allow his carriers just pulled Terra apart.
Yeah, it's just been really incredible carrier pressure from Scan here.
Okay, so if
Oh.
he can catch these carriers, this is really big. I don't think he will though. Like that's, if he can pull out and save these Goliaths, it's a good trade. But
Oh, he's not safe. There's no tanks.
yeah, yeah.
GG's called. Man, what a crazy game though. Scan ends up pulling out the series 4-3 in a reverse comeback. Man, that was nuts. That was a really fun series, and I gotta say, Terra did better than I was expecting. He he really made this a neck and neck fight.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like after the first few games, I was starting to get worried for Scan a little bit.
Yeah,
But,
like you never need to worry about Scan, but he's so good. But yeah, you're totally right. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, whoa, I can't believe Terra's up 3-0 at the moment. That's just bizarre. But
even in the games he lost, though, like they were all really. I don't recall ever a single game in the series being just a straight up like out skill. Like I
No.
mean, I shouldn't say an out skill, but like I didn't feel like he was just getting
like
destroyed.
outplayed heavily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Totally.
TVT was, I think, maybe the one game where it felt a little bit like Scan was on another level, but apart from that, awesome series.
I think even the TVT was like pretty close and pretty competitive for a while. I think he
Yeah.
played it pretty well. But yeah, that's why Scan ended up taking both the series tonight against the two Peruvian Terrans, the top Terrans, Dandy and Terror. That was it was just some epic series as
Took
you'd
him
expect from
around
those guys.
town.
Yep.
You guys are
Play.
fun. Thanks so much for casting. Any shout outs?
Shout out to
Advice?
Ox, man. Like he's so on spot with the casting today with the camera. Like he
I
was
kind of fell off
listening-
after Ascension, to be honest.
You were listening to the scans, and then you were taking off vision for the other players, so we could see where he was scanning at. Like that's good.
That's really good.
Yeah, it's not easy to do.
Like
for
every
sure.
time that the Terran would scan for the carriers, we got a vision of it. So I feel like that was really on point opting.
I feel like I fell off after the Ascension, the live game broke, guys. Because there was this
Alright,
15-minute period of just like,
Waiting
what's
around.
going on? And
Yeah.
before it was all heated up and going well, but I appreciate you guys saying that.
This
It was
is
fun.
4.5 hours of nonstop observing too. So
And casting.
yep.
Yep, and casting.
Yeah,
Playing the
2.5.
games is the easy part, guys, right?
Yeah, sure.
After a certain point, it actually is. I think it's just
Yeah.
because your voice gets tired, and whereas if you're playing the game, like your
Yeah.
fingers, if you're used to playing for a long time, it actually isn't bad.
Message
I think.
Scan that after
Yeah,
he just played 14 games.
I'll let him know I put more effort into this series than he did.
Exactly.
Oh man.
I don't know, but yeah, shout out to all of those players.
Yeah, I
though.
think,
I'm
you
really-
know what, A-Bug, what you're saying is true insofar as I think your mind is stimulated when you're playing the game, maybe more.
A little
Whereas
bit, yeah.
when you're casting, observing, you can have moments where you're just like, not that it's not exciting or anything, but you kind of spurts of just losing your energy or whatever.
It's
Yeah.
also what you're used to doing. Like most of us play more than we cast. I
Talk
think.
about it
So.
for sure.
I don't play at all. I think you guys do.
I'll play
So.
occasionally. Yeah.
Yeah, like love to keep seeing some more from these players and some other players too. I like to see if who else we can, get in as well. So look forward to more games in the future.
For sure.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks for having me, Ox. Want to thank my two wonderful co-casters here, A Bug and WhyUSuk. Always fun chatting with you folks. Thanks to Dandy, Terror, and Scan for the epic games, and thank you fans for tuning in and watching us talk about the game and watching these epic series. So just all in all, had a great time and can't wait till the next one.
Thanks, Machine.
Alrighty, thank you guys. I'm gonna sign off for the night, but everyone have a good one, get some good sleep, and play some StarCraft.
Let's get some rest, guys. We're old now.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
definitely feeling like it.
No, boo.
Alrighty, take care, guys. Have a good
Bye.
night.
Yep. Take care.
All right, A-Bug, why you suck? No last words. Shut her down.
Yo mama.
Still loving the graphics. So got great transitions and artwork going on.
Yeah,
here,
shout
so.
out to Depleted who does their graphics. If anybody ever needs anything, he's around.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks again. Hope to see you next time.
For sure, man. I'll bug you guys again to co-cast. Thanks so much.
Yep. See you later.
Bye.
See you, homies.
Peace.